Hello, is anybody there?
Hi, Professor.
Hi.
Hi, Professor Ferreira.
Hi, there is somebody there. That's good. I've been waiting here for 10 minutes.
Do you hear us correctly?
Yes.
Great. We'll be starting in a few minutes.
Okay.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this regional seminar on social development, promoting labor inclusion as a way to overcome inequalities and informality in Latin America and the Caribbean. And so we're going to begin our second day of the seminar with 800 persons online. This is on labor inclusion focused on improving human capabilities throughout the life cycle for equal productivity. And Francisco, sorry, first Mr. Vares is going to give us a short summary of what was seen yesterday as an introduction to what we will be seeing today. I'd like to remind you that we have simultaneous interpretation, English and Spanish, if you so require, and we will hand over to Laura Valles for the summary of day one. Go ahead, Laura, the floor is yours. Good morning, everyone. And please confirm if you can see the screen, yes?
¿Me confirma si se está viendo?
Can you see the screen? Yes. Go ahead. Well, yesterday, as a graphic facilitator, summed up all the themes addressed at this third regional seminar on social development, promoting labor inclusion as a way to overcome inequalities and informality in Latin America and the Caribbean. Day one, the session began with an opening session highlighting these phrases. It is the time for transformative and audacious policies. Together, we can devise policies that promote social justice, a call to focus on the future of production and the future of labor. We need a rise in social protection, and our challenges are legitimacy and survival of our democracy. And in the first part of the morning, Mr. Alberto Arena has led the panel on a high-level panel and began speaking of the economic conjuncture marked by high degrees of inequality and low growth. Spoke of labor inclusion, which is an essential part of inclusive development, and the role of ministries of labor, which are at the heart of the labor inclusion strategy, and highlighted the issue of connection, labor inclusion, and social protection must be connected as well as education and the labor market. And the discussants spoke of certain conditions necessary, such as ensuring that the economy should address all people, the need for a social tripartite dialogue, community employability, accessible justice, the need for policies, integral and focused on vulnerable sectors and their control, and also labor training, subsidy for unemployment, and international financial structure that fosters equality. Um, it is necessary to mention labor institutionality in addition to financial resources for this purpose. And in the afternoon, Professor Alejandro Portes in panel one on labor informality, a structuring factor of precariousness in the region. And informality rises at 50% of the workers in the region, and that this is a structural issue, that informality is the outcome of the high degree of inequality in the region, that there are new forms of informality on account of changes in the labor world, and that there is a heterogeneity among informal workers. It is necessary to consider power relations, that there is a relation between labor informality, low productivity, and inequality. And at the end of the panel, it was established that informality is equal to poverty. It is difficult to put a face on informality, and it's important to agree on a concept to measure it more homogeneously. And then right now, this was this launch of the publication between ECLAC and Ford Foundation. So these are some of the points highlighted during the day one, so that the panel may now continue with the discussions. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Laura, por esta breve síntesis.
Thank you, Laura, for that summary and visually attractive overview. And so now we're going to begin day two. I will now move on to English.
Again, everyone, to our second day of discussion. This today's session is titled Labor Inclusion and Human Capabilities for Equality and Productivity. And today's discussion will begin with a presentation by Professor Francisco Ferreira. Professor Ferreira is the Amartya Sen Professor of Inequality Studies and Director of the International Inequalities Institute at the London School of Economics. Francisco works on the measurement, causes, and consequences of inequality and poverty in developing countries. His work has been published widely and awarded various prizes. He's a research fellow on the Institute for the Study of Labor, an affiliated scholar at the Stone Center on Socioeconomic Inequality at CUNY, which is the City University of New York, and president of the Latin American and Caribbean Economic Association. He was born in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and holds a PhD in economics from the London School of Economics. So for those who have followed for some time the discussions on social development, poverty, inequality, and social policy in the region, you may remember among his works a very important regional report titled Inequality in Latin America, Breaking with History, which was published by Professor Ferreira together with Michael Walton, David De Ferranti, Guillermo Perry, and other experts back in 2004. That report was very relevant at the time, since it was published by the World Bank, when in many countries in the region and within the World Bank itself, the conversation had been strongly oriented and even limited to measuring and combating poverty and extreme poverty. So this report contributed to broaden the agenda. So today we have a presentation by Professor Ferreira titled The Inequality Triangle in Latin American Labor Markets. And without further ado, we'll give the floor to Professor Ferreira. The floor is yours, Professor.
Muchas gracias y buenos días a todos y a todas. Yo creo que voy a intentar hablarles en español, pero me va a salir en portuñol porque es lo que se puede. Podría también hablar en inglés, pero creo que es mejor si intento hablar en español. Yo voy a compartir mi pantalla. A ver si la pueden ver.
Sí, la podemos ver correctamente. Adelante, profesor.
Muchas gracias. Bueno, entonces sí, como comentó nuestro presidente.
As our moderator said, I will be speaking about the inequality triangle in Latin American labor markets. A short introduction on the high levels of inequality in the region, which is well known to everyone, as well as the intergenerational persistence. And then I will speak of the two sides of the labor market, the supply side, and there I focus on the inequalities that appear all the way from unequal opportunities for human capital formation. And this contributes so that the workers come to the market already with very different human capital capacities, very unequal. On the other side, there is also an inequality among firms, the informality between the formal and informal firms, but not only that, but also a distribution of firms of different sizes, different technologies, and different capacities as well. And so then these two inequalities, one on the supply side and the other on the demand side. And at the end, I will speak briefly about certain matters related to policy to break that vicious triangle, so to speak, of inequality. And so to begin, one thing that I believe is well known to everyone is a high level of inequality in Latin America. And here we have a diagram, I think it's of the World Bank, showing averages, the Gini index, going from 0 to 100, the higher, more unequal. And here we have several groups of countries. These are the industrialized countries, US, Europe, Japan. And where there has been a rise in inequality, yes, we all know of what Piketty has written regarding the rise in inequality. And it is focused basically in those countries. But we are up here. We've had a fall in inequality, mainly since the year 2000 to 12, 2012, 2015, and then it leveled off. But you can see the very marked difference in level between Latin America and other countries.
Africa is pretty comparable to us. And this doesn't show here, but that is because in Africa, the inequality is measured by consumption and not by revenue. If it were for income, this would have been closer. But at any rate, Latin America is one of the most unequal regions in the world, and it still remains that way in spite of the drop in inequality that we had at the beginning of the century. But we also have an intergenerational persistence of the inequality of opportunities. This is a graph of coming from Bada, Italy University, and this is a joint project on the inequality of opportunities. And here, what's more, we have Gini index, that is income inequality. A measure of inequality and opportunities can be understood as close to intergenerational persistence. This is the share of inequality that can be due to inherited features, not because of the work one does, but because of their parents, race, gender, place of birth, all of the inherited features that people have no control over. This is close to the reverse mobility measures, such as intergenerational elasticity of income, IGE. It's very similar to that. And what we notice here is that, first of all, there's a positive relation of more unequal countries, and that is where we find the greater persistence. There's no trade-off between mobility and inequality. Quite the contrary, the more unequal the countries, less mobility is found, and also more inequality of opportunities. And this is Latin America: Brazil, Guatemala, Argentina, a little better, Bolivia, Paraguay, Chile. We don't have all the countries, but there's several here. And worse than us is only South Africa. And this is the context and this inequality that we find. Much of this comes from labor income. And why? Because there's still more inequality in capital income. But this is not that measured in the household surveys, but that comes mainly from the labor market. And I will now talk about the inequalities in the supply, that is, the training of workers. I'd like to bring you a story of opportunity inequalities that comes very early in people's lives and that can be expanded throughout the whole life cycle. These are quite shocking pictures of the brains of 3-year-old children. And this is not from South America, by the way, it comes from USA. But this shows that within the womb and afterwards, at the beginning of the children's life, their development is pretty difficult. The children that have extreme neglect, that are not cared for without good nutrition, have a different brain development that is visibly noticed. This is an extreme case, but in order to make the point that from the very onset in the womb and in the early infancy, children are affected, especially having in mind their own opportunities when they come of age. And this is a paper from Christina Paxson that is found in the Journal of Human Resources. This has followed the children in Ecuador, from children from 3 to 5 years of age. And these are cognitive development skills. These are tests for vocabulary called Peabody, T-body. These are the number of words that the children recognize in this standard test. These are children in that community, the fourth wealthiest and the fourth poorest, or here, according to the education of mothers. These are on the top with mothers that are better educated comparing to those in the back, in the bottom. And this is international reference, by the way. It's not that the children forget words. No, they are learning words throughout some months. And this is from 3 up to 6, almost 6 years of age. And we can see that the cognitive development and vocabulary recognition as a proxy of cognitive development is very different between these two groups, both because of wealth as well as because of maternal education. And this gap is wider in time. So when the children comes to school at 6, they already have different skills and capabilities. If we look at the results in standard tests such as PISA, the program of student assessment, PISA, we also see strong differences. These are results in reading tests, and this is conditional on parents' occupation. We're looking at the features that have nothing to do with the children's efforts, but what has been inherited, intergenerational persistence. For the children of parents with better ranked occupations, there is a much higher outcome when comparing children with a more basic parents' occupation. And this for the 5 regions. When these children come to the labor market, eventually, there's a strong inequality. This shows a work we did some time ago. This is the function of accrued inequality. And this is 2003 until 2012. And here we see the inequality after years of schooling. even in 2012, the situation was already improving. But I think this is pretty much the same as we saw before. But 1/5 of the workers between 18 to 65 years of age, so 1/5 of them have had less than 5 years of schooling, whereas the upper fifth, they had more, 11 or more years of schooling. One, we noticed then a strong inequality, and this is without including the inequality because of the quality of the schooling. As we know, that is a big factor. So the workers come to the labor market with this strong inequality from the past, and the market will uh, um, award this kind of schooling. So when we go from schooling into income, here we have the income in algorithms. This is the return from education. That is, per year of education, here we see the income as an average, and this curve is convex. It grows here, and this, by the way, is algorithm. It's where by level it would be even uh, higher. It says that the market forecasts inequality that comes from schooling up to income, and this then creates the income inequality that is observed in these studies. So this is the apex of the triangle for outcome inequalities. And this is for the workers. And now these inequalities means that these people come into the market to work in companies. And then we see the side of the demand and the inequality between Latin American companies and firms. In this graph, we see the evolution and the makeup of formal workers, informal workers, and independent in Brazil from 95 up to 2012 once more. Here we have the number of informal workers. That is the independent and informal workers. That sum drops in 10% during that period. There's an increase in formality of 10 points, but still 40% of the workers in Brazil on these years were informal workers. And this would have been even higher in Ecuador, in Bolivia, and in almost all of Central America, in Peru, and a little slider in Chile, Uruguay, and Argentina. But we have a lot of informality. As we heard from Ms. Laura's words, this was something that was widely discussed yesterday. That is informality in the region. And this informality is a part of the story, not the whole story. We have to look also at the features of the firms that employ workers. This is a work made by Marcelislava Menendez and et al., comparing the distribution of firms per size, that is number of workers. Let me explain this graph because there's a lot of information here. In each of these three groups, we have different countries. Latin America is always the first. And then we have USA, France, an average of more advanced countries in EU, less in advanced. And here we have Japan, Korea, and Taiwan in Asian well-off countries. This group has to do with independent workers, people who work alone, companies with one single employee. These are countries with 10 workers or less, and these are companies with 11 workers or more. If we look at USA or France, we see that there are very few self-employed. And here we have some smaller companies, but most workers in all of these, above 50%, are working in companies that are larger. But here in the region, it's the opposite. 32% are of workers are self-employed, 36% in small companies, and only 30% in these large countries. And these are the companies that are in charge of most of productivity. And these are more productive companies with more capital per worker than companies with a better level of technology. So the segmented market is not just divided between formality and informality. These companies, they are most uh, uh, informal. So the informal firms are the ones that employ these individuals. And here we see the effect or how this is translated in terms of income. Here we have the deciles of the labor income distribution, or up to the richer and the income of the workers. And in each group of workers, in each decile, we ask, where do you work and how many workers are employed by that firm? In dark, we see these bars. These are self-employed. We see that there are wealthy self-employed people who work alone, but most self-employed are over here, and they are usually the poorer persons. And these work in small firms, and these in large firms. The companies with more than 11 employees are responsible for 54% of the wealthiest deciles and only 3% of the poor. And there is a relationship or a correlation here. There's no causality, but there is a strong relationship between the size of the firm, their capital, the wage they pay, and there is therefore where the workers are employed.
What I cannot show you here is which of these workers, of those who had better opportunities, which of these workers are in these companies and which in these. So probably you could study this empirically, but I do not have here any way of doing so. But they're in the lower productivity companies, the workers with less capacities, because they inherited the inequalities of their parents. And so that is the scenario that we see in the region, and where there are many inequalities on the supply side, in the human capital formation, and many on the demand side that are expressed in this distribution of companies or firms in the formal and informal sectors. And of course, in the case like this, it's natural that there is an unequal outcomes, wages, quality of employment, pretty high. And to conclude, what could we do in this regard? This is a very long discussion. I will not have here time, nor am I necessarily qualified to speak in detail of each one of these policies. I hope that in other panels and your seminar, you may discuss these things. I'm sure you will. But I would merely like to point out that naturally, what we need is policies on both sides of the base of the triangle, on the supply side and the demand side. On the supply side, we need to invest in human capital, invest in human capital among the poorest. Because the thing is, as I showed you, those of us who have wealthy parents, we go to good schools and good universities in the region. That's not a problem. The problem is in the children of the less advantaged families. And it is correlated to race. In gender is not that easy because universities, well, women are systematically doing better than boys. And the inequality in the quality of education in Latin America is very much more like in the developed world. And so that the gender gap is opposite to what it was. It is the boys that are of greater concern more than the girls. But well, this means that when we design policies Since the interventions in early childhood, investing in the quality of the teachers and pedagogy. I don't have much time here, but I do have another presentation discussing the literature as to what investments in education have a better effect based on impact assessments and very careful and rigorous studies. And what we see is that those who have greatest impact are those that invest in the training of the teachers and specifically in how they teach, because which makes a lot of sense. But well, they have a much greater impact than, for example, giving schools computers or uniforms or whatever. So there is an array of other programs that we could say cash transfers or non-conditional transfers, a number of policies that are focused on the needy, and they will have a positive impact in terms of human capital. But also, we cannot forget the demand side. We saw how our companies are doing, and so we need to take a look, a careful look. Do we have policies that maybe unintentionally create incentives for companies to continue small, not grow? Maybe we would have to investigate ways of ensuring the formal benefits, pensions, health insurance, and so on are not conditioned only to formal employment, which creates a gap between the formal and informal sectors. And in many cases, I think it would be much better to have universal policies not linked to formal employment. We have an interruption, it seems, and a number of other policies that I believe would simplify our tax system, our record of enterprises, that is, doing away with barriers and obstacles that prevent small companies can grow, and encourage companies to grow and become bigger and more efficient. And also, on the other hand, strengthen regulation. It is no point in having a minimum wage and require workers to be formal if there is no way of checking that that is actually happening. So on the one hand, you have incentives for the companies, and on the other hand, you need to enforce the law and check that these companies are in fact abiding the rules. It's not sufficient to just pass the law, nor is it sufficient to merely involve the police. And I'm sure that you've already spoken about this yesterday and will continue to talk about this in the next two. I cannot elaborate on this any further, but simply wanted to leave you with this idea that our inequality that we see in the outcomes of the labor market come from these two origins. Inequalities among workers is not their fault. They inherit them, and also a major inequality on the company side. And with that, I end. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Ferreira. We here in ECLAC often speak about the structural heterogeneity to characterize the economies of the region. We see that the productive structure comprises a small group of enterprises, large, connected to value chains, and that create only a share of the employment and a significant number of small informal companies where a lot of jobs are created. And so you have shown us, on the one hand, the supply side, and how there is a certain number of major inequalities that are inherited and that are there, regardless of people's will, and others on the supply side. And we need to consider both aspects. So thank you very much for that excellent presentation. And so now we have time for Q&A, and also say that we have 700 persons online at the moment. So you have any question in the hall, welcome. And if you have there any questions online, please post them. Well, we have one online question. I say, what has failed over time? The inequalities in the region have not come down. Is there any relationship between entrepreneurship and informality and inequality? That is one first question. Would you prefer that I go question by question, or how do you want to do it? Yes, go ahead, please. Well, why have we been unable to reduce inequality? As I showed at the start, yes, we have been able to reduce it a little in the region, at least based on the data that I have, in all countries in the region, with the exception of one, Costa Rica. Inequality did decline from 2002 through 2012, but we were unable to bring it down very much. And this, of course, has to do with structural issues. We are a region of historical inequality. Our post-colonial history began with, at least in my mental model, just to simplify it, you have on the Atlantic side with a few owners of the land, white, and a great majority of black slaves, and on the other side of the continent, a minority of white mine holders and a large number of indigenous workers, almost slaves, with several organizations. And so we began with a tremendous inequality in terms of wealth in the region, and this has affected the formation of unequal institutions, unequal power relations. They invested very little in schools for the poor and in also land. Very unequal distribution and so on. So today, of course, we're no longer in that sort of society, but it is quite impressive how the historical conditioning is there. If you take a look at the poor in Brazil, my country, we divided the population up by characteristics, say parents' education of the father, the mother, race, and so on. And we had 104 groups. And taking a look at the 6 groups that were the poorest 10% in the population, all of these groups were Afro-descendants, all of them. So we still fight with that what we've inherited. And the point I'd like to make is that families convey inequality because the poorest families, they try very hard to improve things for their children, but they go to schools in the worst neighborhoods. They themselves have less human capital, whereas the wealthier have the best of the best. And so to break that cycle, it is necessary to have a public policy that is extremely active, radical, because family is a machinery of persistence. Everyone here, you speak to your children, you read books, and you invest in your children. And we all do that, but some have more capacities than others, and that is reproduced over time. So I do not want to extend myself on this, but I would like to say that yes, we have tried to reduce inequality. There has been some progress, but it is the inequality that we inherit historically is monstrous, and the effort that would have to be made by the state to reduce it would have to be very great. Well, thank you very much, Professor. We also have a question here in the hall. Please go ahead. Yes, thank you, Professor, for that excellent presentation. I wanted to ask a general question regarding the impact on demand and inequality. Considering the great extension of technological capacity, robotics, artificial intelligence, and other technologies that are innovative, how does this configure in future scenarios of inequality? Because we could say that technology is something that increases the productivity of enterprises, but at the same time could also be a risk for the employment of these workers. And how would this play out in Latin America, where we have so many jobs that are farming that could be replaced by robots or maybe even replaced by artificial intelligence? Well, that is an excellent question. And these are things that in the wealthy countries have been greatly discussed. They're very concerned with what automation in general and now AI, but already robots during the digital revolution, so to speak, was creating a gap in the midst of the distribution of occupations. In English, they are always speaking holding. So the more routine jobs, those that were working in banks, there are no more bank workers in the UK. It's all automatic. And those workers were in the middle of the distribution. They were not the poorest nor the wealthiest. And so there has been a sort of stretching of the wages and occupations ranked by wages. How does that affect Latin America? That is a difficult question because the mean of our distribution is not the same occupations that are in the mean in Denmark or Germany. And many of those jobs are close to the top, not the super rich, wealthy, but in the highest deciles, in the poorest countries of the region, maybe a bit closer to the middle in Chile and Argentina and Uruguay. Chile, Argentina, and Uruguay, I think that the impact is quite similar to what would be expected in Europe.
But in most of the region, I believe that the effect will be rather to the higher end, not the super top, but to the higher end of the distribution. And how will that affect inequality? I don't know. I don't know. We have to see because since they're not the poorest, nor are they in the middle. In terms of mathematics, I don't know what's that going to do with the Gini coefficient, but certainly it's an additional challenge for public policies and social policies because this will create instability in the markets. And it's a very worrying public policy issue indeed. Thank you, Professor. We have another question online from Ms. Rodriguez. The question is about the challenges coming from climate change and the inequality that will become even deeper. Is there any recommendation on how to adapt to that change and having in mind inequality? That's another excellent question. You have mentioned two of the large mega trends in the current world. The first, technological revolution, and the other, climate change. Climate change, indeed, I believe, even more than technology, will mainly affect the more vulnerable individuals in our countries. And we can see, for example, the problems to access to water in indigenous populations in the Andes, in Bolivia and Peru, where there are glaciers. Yes, the glaciers. You understand the ice and the mountains and that would provide water for many of these groups. and this is disappearing. Yes, thank you, glaciers. And this is an issue also in Ecuador. It's a growing problem for these countries. And for others, there will be an issue when climate continues to change. And there we will see problems because of the crops that will have to change. There will be droughts, harsher droughts, as we have already seen in Argentina. Argentina is going through strong droughts. And that is, I think, a reflect, reflects the uh, phenomena such as El Nino. And these are getting worse, especially if we take a look at the consequences of climate change. But generally speaking, I think the climate change will be a tremendous shock and not a neutral one that will be attacking mainly the most vulnerable people. This will change from country to country, but I think that this will be a serious issue and it's an additional problem for public policies. And the governments must be on the watch out for climate change, and they must be capable to protect and help out these individuals who will be suffering. Now the price for climate change must be paid. Thank you so much. We still have a few moments for questions. And there are three additional questions that came from online. One, the absence of demographic policies in Latin America. It would seem to be a factor that determines the generational poverty. And what do you think about that? That's interesting. I am not an expert in demography, but what I do know is that in Brazil, for example, we have faced a reduction in the dependency rate of children, a reduction in fertility of women. And this is strong, especially in the last 30 or 40 years. The size of families in Brazil is much smaller. We studied this and we compared countries, and Brazil was one of the strongest situations. If we compare this region with Africa, we're already closer to South Europe than to Africa and some Asian countries in terms of fertility rates. I think that the most concerning demographic effect for some countries is the aging of the population. It's the other side of the coin. And we are very ill prepared to face it. As you all know, this brings in tremendous challenges for the pension systems. We created pension systems that were designed for 5% of the population that was older than 70. But soon we will have much, much more than that. So, how to change our pension system that are still inadequate? And this is a very controversial political issue that you all know of. But this needs change because either we increase the sources of funds for patients, and this must be done drastically, or we'll have to change other ways of facing this. So on both sides, things are happening, and there are other experts that can better answer this question. But I do believe that we have made a lot of progress on the first extreme, but of greater concern is related to the aging population. We have another question here in the plenary coming from our colleague Tudio Martinez. Good morning or good afternoon for those online, and thank you for your presentation. That was very interesting. I'd like to mention a couple of elements. We have been able to see the analysis within countries on the income uh, inequalities in different places. You have also talked about the role of the historic makeup of our countries, and we are now facing technological changes. We see the environment and also the migration effect. And here I have a question. What about the variability between countries? That is the inequality that we can see between countries. And here we can find other factors, and we should try to look at the policies in trying to find more jobs for these people. But there are also external factors involved. The technological impact doesn't come inside, but from outside. So what's happening with analysis and research, and what's happening with the cooperation between countries to find a way out in public policies beyond those that already exist within our countries? Well, thank you. That's another excellent question indeed. I don't know if you're thinking more of the inequality between countries in the region or between this and other regions. No, the total variation, really. Well, because we are also a diverse region. Yes, we are so heterogeneous. From Haiti up to Chile, we have countries with very low income and high income countries, which is the case of Chile and Argentina. If we go from Port-au-Prince and we come to Santiago, we see tremendous differences. I don't know what to say about policies that should be implemented. The policies to reduce inequality between countries in the region would be the same as the ones to reduce inequality between this region and other regions. And this has grown, by the way. And let me tell you that inequality between countries for the last, shall we say, 40 years throughout the world has decreased. But that reduction is mainly, well, almost mainly due to the growth of India and China. And now that China is close to the average of world income, to continue with the growth in China would mean that they will probably not contribute to the reduction of inequality anymore. And soon, in a few decades, it will contribute to a growth of inequality. Only looking at Latin America, though, we still haven't closed the gap in these last 4 decades. It has probably grown when we compare ourselves with the wealthier countries. And this is the opposite of the convergence we expected. And this has to do with the main problem in Latin America and the Caribbean, which is the low productivity. I fully agree with my colleague Marcela Melendez from UNDP as head chief economist. There is a study on the relation between our inequality and low productivity. And this goes through what's happening with the countries I just brought to you. The fact that we have that very great distribution between workers and firms is what you see at Barça saying that Brazil was a Belindia, a Belgian within India. These are the firms that I talked about. And and why isn't the gap disappearing? Because much of the population, a lot of the population has no access to these things such as technology and others. So we have to grow in productivity. And that has to do with many pending reforms, including the labor reforms that we're talking about. We have time for one last question. You have the floor. Good morning. Thank you very much for your presentation. it was very interesting to have this visual evidence of what's happening with the children, of the brain of children. That was very interesting. I see that we do have evidence on the intergeneration transmission of poverty and also what's happening with cognitive skills. But this evidence continues. We have Nobel Prize winners that are on this, and the evidence is stronger and stronger. With the pandemic, though, the education and early childhood has decreased, and also amongst adolescents. It seems to me that when we talk about quality intervention and early childhood, we also look at it from the standpoint of social assistance, human rights, and not on closing these inequality gaps and economic and productive development. I don't know if you have an answer, but what's missing so that decision makers may also consider this topic? Experts like you are showing this evidence. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That is another very good question. I think that you're right. Yes. One part of the answer would be to convince the political class, the political discussion, that investment in children is not a matter of social assistance, but rather economic investment, economic growth. And maybe have the finance minister so concerned with that as well as the social welfare ministers. And there's no lack of evidence for that. As you yourself said, we have Nobel Prize winners and so many others who have, for more than a decade, said that the return on investment in children at that initial stage is very, very high because it's the basis on which everything else is built. And so this is a win-win policy in the sense that, yes, it is human rights, but it's also a financial investment. I know that in many countries of the region, there are programs for that. In Brazil, we have a program for public nurseries. In Colombia, there's been a series of early childhood interventions, also in Jamaica, that led to the first study in the developing world on the impact. This is one of the data sources that is used to document the impact, but it is still, all in all, quite small. It is not sufficient. It is not at the scale that we need it. And I believe that if ECLAC and if everyone here joins in that discussion with a strong voice in favor of investment in the early childhood at social level as well as economic level, that would be a very important contribution. Thank you. Well, thank you. We have one last question here by Norman Dunn, Minister of Labor and Social Security of Jamaica. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Very, very interesting presentation. I actually was sort of floored with the cerebral image that you presented in terms of brain development, etc. But I want to be a bit provocative. When you look at the development of China, would you say inequality has contributed to their development eventually? When you look at India, which is the largest population now in the world, they have a large percentage of labor force, literally free labor force to utilize. Would that eventually allow for the development of India? And then would you say, I'm just thinking out of the box, that there is some correlation between inequality and innovation, and that every country at some point in history would pass on that pathway utilizing inequality, so to speak, to spur their development? Would inequality provide a number of workers, a large pool of workers, to eventually assist in the development of those countries? So as I said, I'm just trying to be provocative, so I'd like to hear the answers to that.
That's also a very, very interesting question, and I'm sorry that we don't have a lot of time, but because it could be a long debate. Let me say two things. I have actually sometimes annoyed some of my inequality expert colleagues by saying that not all inequalities are necessarily bad. In particular, I argue that some inequality in reward to effort is not necessarily always bad, provided there is full equality of opportunities and people start the race from the same place, which is not the case anywhere. But if it were the case, and there were then some inequalities that arose simply because some people are really much more invested in their work than others, then that needn't be a bad thing. So that is to say that I am not a person who believes that all inequalities are necessarily bad. That said, there is a huge correlation between inequality of outcomes and inequality of opportunities, as I said, as I showed you in the graph, so that in fact, most of the inequality that we observe is actually very bad. In terms of how it helps development, though, I would say that the sort of Kuznets curve idea that in the beginning, growth requires inequality to grow has been debunked. We haven't seen Kuznets curve in reality almost anywhere. Countries that have done the best are countries where there isn't a surplus of labor. The richest countries in the world are countries where wages have gone up quite a lot for the poor, in part because of the process of development. So I would argue that having a lot of uneducated labor is actually a drag on development rather than a resource for development. The Democratic Republic of Congo or Haiti have lots of uneducated workers, and it's not helping them at all. Although, your point about India, I mean, I think the growth in India is not necessarily driven by these masses of surplus labor, as it were. And in the case of China, I think that one of the things that really helped China in the 1980s, after the transition from Mao to Deng Xiaoping and the opening of the economy was the combination of market incentives with a highly egalitarian distribution of education and health. So during the first communist phase, actually China had expanded education and health all the way into the villages. So when the market incentives were allowed to come in, they had a population that was able to benefit from it because they had the basic resources, which are often lacking in our country. So I accept your provocation, but I think on the whole, and if we look at statistical associations between inequality and growth, you can find papers that say almost anything you want. But I find that there's quite a lot of credible evidence now that inequality of opportunity, so inequality between races, between people with different family backgrounds, between genders, inequality that is immobility, inequality that is immobile, inherited inequality. There's a number of papers that have found that is associated with lower growth. Even within the United States, there's a paper in the Journal of Development Economics in 2012 by Marrero and Rodriguez, which finds this for states of the United States between 1960 and 1990. The higher the inequality of opportunity, say in the South, where there was slavery, the lower the growth. So I'm unfortunately going to leave it there, but we could have a much longer conversation about this. And I think the pros and cons of inequality are an interesting conversation. On balance, I would say inequality acts as a drag on growth largely by denying opportunities for talent. If we look in my country, I used to say, if you look up at the slums in Rio, how many, excellent engineers and scientists and doctors are we not having because we haven't given them an opportunity to get basic schooling? So you just think of across Latin America, the masses of people whose talents are being wasted by the lack of opportunity for them, and how they could have contributed to the growth in our economies if they had those opportunities. I think that's the sort of essence of it from my perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Bueno, pues
Very well. We have reached the end of this first panel. According to the agenda, we will now move on to the next, and I will hand over to my colleague, Raquel. And first of all, a big round of applause for all the participants. Good morning, everyone, and once again, thank you very much, Professor Francisco, for that excellent presentation, and I hope that we may continue with very deep conversations and with a lot of evidence on the theme that we're going to touch on now, which has to do with the eradication of child labor by 2025. I think that this is an issue that despite the recognizable efforts made in recent decades, it still persists in the region and requires concrete and committed actions in order to achieve its total eradication. Child labor is a phenomenon that is widespread and that persists, affecting millions of girls, boys, and adolescents in our region. And of course, its occurrence is directly linked to the violation of human rights and has very deep impact and persistent over time, the long term. And now in this panel, we're going to discuss the progress made, challenges, policies, and strategies in order to eradicate child labor by 2025, and for the region to become the first developing region free of child labor. We will have the experience of two speakers, Pilar Rodriguez, the child trap for equality, child labor in Latin America and the Caribbean. So, at the end of this presentation, we will open up for 4 experts on the matter to share their comments. And we will begin with Maria Gabriela Pico, and the Secretary for Policies and Regulation at Ministry of Labor Ecuador, Julian Carrodas, Director of Industrial Relations and Associated Services, Ministry of Labor and Social Security, Jamaica, Juliana Manrique from the International Organization of Employers, and Cicero Pereira da Silva, Secretary for Training and Union Education of the CSA in Americas. They will have 5 minutes each for their comments, and if there is time, we can have a new round of Q&A. So, I will now hand over to Pilar Rodriguez and Andres Espejo. Thank you very much. Will you show the presentation on the screen? Just a moment, because I don't know if we're seeing it correctly. I hope you can see me. Yes, now yes. Yes, good morning, my dear panelists. Good morning. Good afternoon to everyone following us via streaming. And thank you, Andres and Clark, for giving space for one of the most brutal expressions of inequality and that affects each and every one of us. And that there are girls, boys, and adolescents that may have to work. And as has been said in the different panelists, that inequality is historical and structural in the societies of Latin America and the Caribbean that have been reproduced and even increased in times of economic growth, and that goes beyond the mere distribution of income. The reality of child labor in Latin America and the Caribbean over the last 20 years has transformed greatly, as we will see. And in this panel, we will see how the links between inequality and child labor are shown in the levels of death that people are exposed to, and the girls and boys and adolescents in this situation. We will pay attention to the causes to interrupt this trajectory that pushes them to work at an early age. It has to do with poverty and the families, lack of access to quality education, gender, ethnic group, and even the geographical area where they live. And of course, the lack of social protection and decent work for the families, among others, are all factors that reproduce and extend the gap between people, according to whether they may or not may benefit from this opportunity. All the way from the initiative Latin America and the Caribbean, free of child labor, has brought together the governments of 31 countries, union-owned business organizations in the region, with the commitment for Latin America and the Caribbean be an area free of child labor and that may have the first generation free of this scourge, because we know that child labor is the result and at the same time the origin of inequality. So it is very important to bear this in mind. And it is important that we bear this in mind because it leads us to extend the reductionist approach that we have with regard to child labor, that it will disappear simply by taking the girls and boys out of the situation, or that it is naturally and spontaneously reduced as the result of economic growth. So nothing more, nothing further from that. And so this has to do with the complexity of how to overcome it by paying attention to the structural causes that lead to it. It seems there is difficulty in advancing with the presentation.
A la 8.2. Esa ahí. Bueno, ahí simplemente comentarles que
En sala estamos viendo otra presentación.
Ah, ¿que estáis viendo otra?
Otra slide. Dame un segundo, por favor, mira.
Ah, yo la que
It
veo aquí.
seems that the presentation that she is seeing in her computer is not the same as the one that's been shown or projected here in the hall. Now, yes. She apologizes for the hiccup, which she says, well, the 2030 Agenda, as a commitment taken on by states and all sectors of society to leave no one behind, is an opportunity that mobilizes and obliges us to be accountable and demand the meeting of all the achievement of all these goals. Goal 8.7 calls for immediate measures to put an end to child labor at the very latest by 2025, that is in barely another 30 months, would be very significant because moving ahead with this goal means advancing in at least another 35, including the SDG.
Next slide. Next. And even though, oh, there we are, that's the slide I wanted. In Latin America and the Caribbean, great progress was made comparing to other regions of the world, but there are still more than 8 million children who suffer from this scourge of child labor. It is a must, therefore, to speed up actions to prevent and to eliminate child labor. As we have already said, this not only deprives the children of their own childhood, and future opportunities, but it also perpetuates poverty and inequality. Now, according to SMED, from now until 25, we will have an average reduction of at least 30%. But what does this mean in terms of individuals? That means that in 1 year, 3,400,000 children will leave, will no longer work, and almost 1,500 children will have to stop working. I think that this means that we must face this, and we must have comprehensive policies that will promote the prevention and the eradication of child labor. And this will, in turn, reduce the inequality gaps in the region. This means facing inequalities, as the professor said, from all sides, from the standpoint of origin, of needed quality education, of protecting most vulnerable families, of promoting economic progress, so that all children will also have their rights enforced. That means that it's extremely important that governments, unions, business associations, international agencies, that everyone work together so that we may have eventually this environment whereby the new generation will be free of child labor. Child labor is a product and the origin of the inequality chain. I invite you then to continue with us in this panel to hear what Andres has to say. We will look at all of the complexities involved in reaching that goal and how to face it as of the challenges of inequality. Thank you, Pilar. Very well, I'll be here, but I'll be back whenever needed. Thank you, Pilar. What she says, and what we heard from Professor Ferreira's keynote presentation, is that there's a generational transmission, and this involves also child labor. In the next slides, we will show that boys and girls that work have also had parents that face the same kind of child labor. So this cycle continues, is reproduced. But we must also realize that the origin of the families increase the risk of child labor, and the children who are working right now will also, in the future, repeat the same situation. We yesterday talked about the matrix of social inequality. There are different pillars involved: age, gender, ethnic group, territory, demography, etc. Child labor follows these structures. It's not the same. If it also involves the different places where people live. It has to do also with the urban situation. And then we see the education of the parents and the probability of falling in child labor. The first graph on the left shows, for example, that in Argentina, 60% or more of parents of children who work are parents who did not finish primary education. And this is seen in other countries. The data shows that over 60 or 70% of children who work have parents who did not graduate from high school. And if we look at the right-hand side, we notice that many of the children who work now don't attend school because they're not compatible. If we look at the figures, we realize that many of the boys and girls and adolescents who are in child labor are exposed to more than 20 or 30 hours work schedule. And that is incompatible with attending school. I talked to the minister of Jamaica this morning on the difference between child labor and adolescent labor that is forbidden, and the work that they may have after 15 years of age. We'll now look at the child labor that is forbidden. And this follows international standards and national regulations. And we see that any kind of a work performed for children below 15 years of age is forbidden. That is the usual situation. But above 15 years of age, adolescent work is permitted under certain conditions. In Brazil, it's called light work. That is work that is protected. But any kind of work, job that is dangerous, that may affect their health is forbidden. And what we'll see now has to do with the child labor that is forbidden. And there are more than 8 million children under that situation. As we said, child and adolescent work comes and follows the structure of inequality. Here we see the gap between the children that work according to different quintiles of income, from the poor up to the richest. In almost all countries, you see this great difference. In Ecuador, almost 70% of children from the lower quintile work, contrary to only 1.9% of children in the higher quintiles. That's a difference between of 70 points. And this can also be noticed when we look at difference according to gender. Usually, the difference in gender shows that child labor prevails more amongst boys than girls. But that doesn't necessarily have to do with the reality between men and women. It has to do with the way this is measured. And we'll see later that many challenges in measurement show that most surveys measure this, having in mind paid jobs. And this shows many children that work in household chores intensively. So there's a big difference between boys and girls. But on the right-hand side, we see that the children who work for more than 20 hours a week is tremendous. We are now noticing that there are many children who work for more than 21 hours a week, and with different activities. Amongst the boys, most boys are in agriculture or trade. And if we look at what's happening with girls, the share of girls in agriculture is much smaller, but they are mainly in services and commerce. But less in commerce as compared to boys. This has to do with the culture that reproduces the gender stereotypes. This is also seen from the early years, working years. And belonging to indigenous groups also affects the probability of child labor. And here we see the gaps. Usually there are 3 or more chances of being in child labor for children in indigenous groups. And this also is crossed by different factors. Here we have data from Bolivia. This graph shows that when you look at the aggregate data, girls have less chance of being child labor than young boys. But when we see whether they are belonging to indigenous groups, then the chance is much higher. The probability is higher. Being an indigenous girl and living in rural areas from lower income families, this increases the probability of being child labor. So we show that the social inequality matrix is a useful tool to analyze child labor. Evidently, the locality increases the prevalence of child labor. There are countries where child and adolescent labor will multiply by 3 or 4 the possibilities of child labor when compared to cities. But often the surveys in the countries in the region concentrate their efforts in cities. But we must see what's happening in the rural areas, faraway areas. At ECLAC, together with ILO and regional initiatives, we developed a risk identification model. Here we can zoom in a new fashion. As a result, we are able to identify by municipalities, a canton, or parish, and the possibility of, or the probability of having child later. This shows us that there are some territories that have greater chances of getting the children to work. We know that the averages bring in many differences. In Brazil, for example, when we see the child labor rates that is provided by their surveys, we see that Rio de Janeiro is one of the cities or places that have less child labor. But if we take a look at how many children work in Rio de Janeiro, that number increases dramatically. And if we zoom in into all of the Rio de Janeiro state, we see that there are municipalities there that have greater chance of having child labor than other municipalities from that same state. So public policy must be involved as an important player. And to wrap up and to have more time for questions and answers, let me say that we are far from reaching 8.7 goal that is one of the SDGs that aims at getting rid of child labor. But this is a roadmap that brings in tremendous opportunities in order to realize that there are still 8.3 million children working. We must speed up our efforts.
And this has been allowed by the idea of no one being left behind. And when you associate this to social inequality, this is key to understand public policy and determine effective and efficient public policy and begin doing things in a new way. Of course, at national level, the commitment taken on by various states opens the window for resources. We have seen how in 2015, when the MDGs ended and the SDGs began, this did come down, but then the level of reduction of child labor would not allow us to get to 2025 with the eradication. And so what this is an anticipated date, so it's we're not getting there for 2030. Now, eradicating child labor is a phenomenon that still continues and is sizable and affects cultural factors, territorial factors, and the tools and policies used must have a territorial sensitivity and sensitive to the specific places where this is occurring. And also, we need to see the structural factors of inequality interact and enhance the risk of child labor. And so in that sense, policy should consider these different aspects. And this has to do with what Raquel said in her intervention and her question to Professor Ferreira. Policies must consider the inequality. They must be universal policies, but sensitive to these differences. And these different sensitive policies must realize that there are specific territories and specific contexts with the characteristics of the children, the families, which mean that the policies are going to be more effective in some places than in others. Thank you very much. Thank you, Pilar, and thank you, Andres. I believe that this highlights how the figures, the averages hide often many of these disparities. When you break it down by territory, race, ethnic group, we see how the situation continues to be quite alarming. And this is also allow me to think of these figures that appear, because where you said, Andres, regarding the domestic sphere. So thank you very much for this consistent presentation. Now hand over to Maria Gabriela Pico, the Undersecretary for Policies and Regulations of the Ministry of Labor, Ecuador. Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here. And picking up on the words said and the knowledge shared by Pilar and Andres, this is a very significant challenge for all countries of the region to eradicate child labor. I think that this is a commitment and a date that each state has with a child who is working and that is out of the classroom. The factors that, as we have heard, are part of promoting child labor have to do with poverty and extreme poverty. Poverty, when we refer to the shortage of the necessary means to live a decent life. And unemployment, as we had said yesterday, unemployment and formality, and I would say labor precariousness in many areas of the region, which means that the countries that have had this working in inheritance, legacy, may acquire the means to be able to avoid child labor. The lack of social security policies and unfinished schooling. Yesterday, we heard that among the percentage of people aged 18 to 40, their education is unfinished. On account of different reasons, they weren't able to finish their initial education, and that the states, one way or another, have not found the way to protect and promote the education system for people, and which has led to unemployment. When we speak of child labor stemming from the economic poverty of the countries that have not devised strategic plans to change the situation and provide the rights to education, rights to decent wage to the families and the parents of these children, and that there's not been strategic plans to develop and eradicate the percentage of child labor in the states of the region. It's not the same to speak of child labor on the border areas or in the cities, because child labor takes different forms. And even if we do not want to see it directly, yes, child labor does exist in all of these areas. And as Andres was saying, it is true. International agencies have devised plans and strategies that have allowed models to identify child labor, and that could somehow reduce gaps and reduce the percentages that we've seen in this regard. These projects or actions by governments and international agencies have allowed sensitizing countries, the governments, to devise strategies to allow the eradication of child labor in order to improve the employability of the parents so that they may being the core of the family, may improve the quality of life of their children and allow them to have an appropriate education and do away with child labor. And lastly, I could say that these actions adopted by governments also allow the reinstatement of rights of these children. So these girls, boys, and adolescents that are defenseless they are a priority group and they require to be cared for, and having emerging plans by each state in order to provide them with an education and eradicate child labor in the region. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, María Gabriela, por su
Thank you, Maria Gabriela, for your views and commitment by the government of Ecuador that also applies to so many countries of the region.
Gillian Corrodus from the Minister of Labor and Social Security from Jamaica. You have the floor.
Bon dia. Greetings to Executive Secretary ECLAC, Jose Manuel Salazar, and representatives of ECLAC, CIPAL, the Ford Foundation, and the ILO. Special greetings to the Minister of Labor Chile and all the visiting ministers, deputy ministers, moderator, Raquel Garcia Santos, presenters Pilar and Andres, colleague, panelists. Jamaica is pleased to join this conversation on our regional efforts to eradicate child labor by 2025. We extend heartiest commendation to CIPAL for providing this important regional platform for the exchange of experiences, and one that offers the opportunity to reunite physically to strengthen our approach to Sustainable Development Goal 8.1 by accelerating the end of child labor by 2025 in the region. Before I comment on the initiative to date, it is important to raise a concern that there was an unforeseen shock to our economies caused by the pandemic. Therefore, the context of our plans targeting the eradication of child labor would not have contemplated this event. It is therefore important for us to assess the impact of the pandemic on the national and regional baselines, as well as the revised or redefined strategies that are required for the eradication of child labor by 2025. It also forces us to ask ourselves the question whether we are still on track to eradicate child labor by 2025, and I heard the comments from Andres, or will we need to modify this target to eliminate inequalities that result in child labor by 2025, towards accelerating eradication of child labor in all forms by 2030. I support moving the inequalities referenced in the inequality chain mentioned by Pilar. In the Caribbean, and in particular Jamaica, we recognize research on child labor has consistently used the universal determinants of child labor to include age, gender, geographical location, economic status, and profile of the family. In the Caribbean, race and ethnicity may not present as an overwhelmingly significant measure of susceptibility to child labor. We commend the work on the research presented today, A Trap for Equality, Child Labor in Latin America and the Caribbean. This body of work provides a dashboard of important indicators of our progress regionally. We identify with the key findings in respect of the gender disparities, the key findings of the impact of inequality on the prevalence of child labor in the region. In consideration of research of this nature, embedded inequalities exist. And these relate to economic conditions in the varying countries, familial structures. Many of the Caribbean countries have single parent households. And generally, the opportunities for children and their development across the region, Latin America and the Caribbean, is vastly different. It therefore begs the question whether there is need to have additional sub-regional reporting that treats with the unique conditions affecting the Caribbean as well as Latin America. Moderator, I use this opportunity to suggest that there are varying definitions also of child labor. And these are also informed by our cultural norms and national policy. For instance, globally, children over the age of 15 are recognized as legally permitted to hold employment. However, in the Caribbean countries like Jamaica, our labor legislation prohibits permanent employment before age 18. In fact, the Recruiting of Workers Act in Jamaica states that persons under the age of 18 shall not be recruited, provided that the minister may by regulation permit persons under that age, but of or above the age of 16 to be recruited with the consent of their parents or guardians for employment upon light work, subject to such conditions as he may prescribe. Therefore, children between the ages 15 to 18 are prohibited from holding permanent employment in Jamaica. In light of the aforementioned, this will cause differences in the data reported from our countries. So national policies have resulted in a distortion of the global and regional statistics, and in the Caribbean may project higher levels of child labor as we regard all children working from the age of 15 as being in child labor, unless it is that they are doing child work in relation to internship and apprenticeship. Additionally, Jamaica is the sprint capital of the world. And I will also say we're the reggae capital of the world. And the engagement of children in sporting activities, entertainment, and other cultural norms are considered to be part of their normal growth and development in the Caribbean. We note the global conversation related to the involvement of children in track and field and also the performing arts as musicians and other similar activities. I would want to quickly say that our Jimmy Cliff started as a child. The harder they come. I also want to say that our Dennis Brown started as a child. And this is part of our cultural norm in the region. In the Caribbean context, we support the exclusion of sporting and entertainment programs from the classification of child labor, and on the converse, suggests that they are recognized as part of the cultural and social norms of the region. It is important to continually make the distinction between child work and child labor. I will now turn my attention to the actions and policies that promote and accelerate the eradication of child labor in the region. Firstly, we have to make it clear the distinction, child labor versus child work. In Jamaica, this distinction has accelerated behavior change amongst parents and other civil society actors. Secondly, the development of a compendium of activities classified as light work versus hazardous work has accelerated our movement towards eradicating child labor and ensuring that interns and apprentices work safely in their engagement. Thirdly, community level engagements have allowed targeted programs at the geographical level. And we must commend the ILO for assisting us with a child labor risk assessment model, we call it CL risk, that has given us information on the susceptibility of children to child labor in the various communities, parishes, and even at a political level in the different constituencies. Finally, on that point, in Jamaica, we have had direct engagement with the children themselves, speaking to the children, not about the children, but also having a conversation with them. Also, their educators, parents, and civil society groups in sensitization and using them as ambassadors in the efforts to accelerate child labor. The successful experiences in Jamaica in reducing child labor have included our operation at two distinct levels, the national level coordination, as well as the community level interventions. At the national level, we've established a national steering committee against child labor, which is a multi-stakeholder, multidisciplinary grouping of ministries, departments, agencies, as well as civil society. We have developed a list of child work versus child labor, as well as hazardous work. We have established a national action plan of policies, legislative research, communication strategies, and standard operating procedures for our labor inspectors. We have collaborated with the US Department of Labor, and we have done research on youth activity surveys, 2016, street and working children surveys, and at the community level, we've engaged in geographical areas that have been most at risk of child labor, engaging children in art and craft competitions, as well as video monologues, essay competitions, all geared at self-expression from the child's eye. Public education roadshows in the city centers, high traffic areas, and urban rural centers. Social media engagement in this period of digitization. Moderator, these are the comments from Jamaica on behalf of the Caribbean's Eye. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing with us what Jamaica has been doing and for this important reminder of how the pandemic has deepened the gaps and challenges to address child labor in our region. Me gustaría
I would like to say, by the way, that we have 850 participants online with us and from different countries in the region and elsewhere. I would now like to hand over to Juliana Manrique from the International Organization of Employers. She is with us online. You have the floor, Juliana. Good morning. Thank you. I appreciated the invitation to be here in this very important forum. I wish to greet my fellow panelists. I would like to offer this perspective from the side of employers. And this is so important to eradicate child labor. In order to continue with the previous presentations, I'd like to once more thank you for these excellent presentations. I'd like to talk about the structural causes that employers have that favor child labor. Let me start out by talking about poverty, informality in the countries in the region, lack of access to education, and the lack of the appropriate environment for formal labor. And we as employers have also been able to identify barriers and challenges in order to fully eradicate child labor. I'm talking then of a distance from public sectors to other sectors in order to have legislation to eradicate child labor. We have involved cultural issues, especially in the countryside. We must change that kind of culture in the region. We also find a bottleneck because the region has indeed progressed the eradication of child labor and the visible negative effects involved, but we must face structural issues such as child labor in rural areas that are beyond the oversight of public entities. Usually in those places, the state is weaker. And we do believe that we must identify and go forward in public policy that will allow us to eradicate child labor. We see that the goals involved are far from being met. There are social involved, and we have workers and involved, and we must be able to go forward in that endeavor. But first of all, as employers, we must urge governments to include eradication of child labor as a strategic topic among public policies. And that necessarily involves the availability of necessary funds for the use of tools that have already been developed by the regional instruments that already exist. We do know that economic crisis, because of the pandemic, did unleash the diversion of many funds to serve those that were more affected by the pandemic. But to overcome this economic crisis, we must go forward in caring for children and the informality involved. From the private sector, we wish to say that we fully support policies that may be implemented to eradicate child labor. But we do know that there are specific factors that may have, such as PPPs, the strengthening of our public policy through tripartite dialogue in the involvement of ILO and the strengthening of national committees to eradicate child labor. And finally, I would like to mention some experiences that can be seen as successful in the region and that could become example for many countries in the region. I'm talking about experiences such as we have in Colombia, Argentina, Brazil, Argentina, Guatemala, Mexico, Peru. And the most important ones have to do with the risk model that was developed by the regional initiative and with the support of ECLAC. This tool is very important because it involves methodologies to identify the risks involved in child labor. And we also have the vulnerability index in child labor. And it's very important because this allows for different action that is much more effective to get rid of child labor. We do believe that the use of tools that have developed by the Regional Initiative for the Eradication of Child Labor in the different countries in the region may gain more and more support from the governments in order to really develop the tools. And this can be very successful to eradicate child labor. And let me say that we do believe that going forward in the eradication of child labor means going towards getting rid of one of the main causes behind the vulnerability of our children that last throughout their lives. We believe that there are mechanisms to do so. And mostly when a child starts working prematurely, it's almost a fact that he will not be able to continue with the schooling. So he will always continue working with low productivity without social protection. And this is indeed something that will prevent the family from pursuing better quality of living for these children. So eradicating child labor undoubtedly will ensure an effective transition. Aside from schooling, it's one of the goals that are fundamental for the development in the region. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Juliana, for your excellent presentation that talked about the commitment of employers and also the need to have multi-sectorial commitments with concrete recommendations and good practices in some countries in the region. Now, the last discussant will be Cicero Pereiro da Silva from the Union Training Secretariat, CSA Brazil. Very well. Good morning or good afternoon to all 800 participants online. And I'd like to especially thank ECLAC for the invitation to be here. I ask Ayalo and my colleague Pilar and Andres and Maria Picos, as well as Juliana, my fellow panelist. CSA represents more than 50 million workers in the Americas. We do have some elements to mention here. And we're talking about child labor, which is a sad reality, whereby the neoliberal system for consumption cannot be sustained from the environmental standpoint as well as that of plain living. And this has deepened inequality, concentrating wealth even more. This has worsened, has become even worse after the pandemic. In Latin America, this is even worse because the contrast and the gaps have been deeper here, leaving those most vulnerable in a dire situation. This is a very complex situation because these vulnerabilities are interconnected and they create deeper gaps that are more difficult to solve, and they really, in fact, reproduce poverty. But child labor responds to structural problems, unemployment, informality, as we've heard here, lack of services, a lack of social protection, including the care system, precarious educational policy, gender inequality, ethnical, racial inequalities, among others. These are all risk factors that will create child labor and the tremendous increase in the probability that these children and adolescents will have to go out to work in order to help out at home. And many of these factors are combined because, as we know, Afro-descendant workers, indigenous, women workers, they have a greater probability of working in the informal sector, and they usually do not have the necessary resources to have the backup of social services. And once they become part of the child labor system, we're talking about more than 10 million children and adolescents work in the region. And that means that child labor becomes even deeper rooted into the future because the possibility of having a better life without having had access to schooling of quality, being malnourished and exploited, things get even worse. We're talking about the cause and effect that is brought about by the system. The solution, therefore, should be multidisciplinary, involving all of these aspects. We must ensure decent jobs for adults with good wages and good conditions, without violence, harassment, and always meeting labor rights of workers. We must respect the minimum age to work, and it's important that there be a proper transition from education into work, because training is a must so that the adolescents may enter the labor markets fully aware of their own rights and without being convinced by false discourse from the standpoint of entrepreneurs. Now, we do know that the transnationals are not taking care of this. They're not caring for what happens in the production chains. We must continue going towards a binding treaty that will force companies and firms to be responsible for this throughout the whole productive chain, and even involving the outsourcing of workers. We must regulate the platforms that have been set up in the labor world that do not provide any kind of a safety net for their workers. The state, therefore, must provide the necessary funds so that these rights are met, providing quality in public, free education that is universal. Education is the basis for the development of our countries. That is why the children at an early age should have a comprehensive attention so that they may in turn have psychosocial support, so that we in turn may have social protection for today and for the future of these individuals. We must strengthen social protection policies so as to back up families in view of the concerning different crises that were made even worse because of COVID. We must, we're not talking about being assistential. No, we know that the states must ensure quality, social, universal protection systems that are public, redistributed, not discriminatory, solidary, and inclusive. These social protection systems also must be scopy, including access to care. The state must be the guarantor of these systems, ensuring support to the whole of the population and workers. We must create the necessary conditions so that people may have their right not to migrate met. And in the countries of origin, the agreements for the region must also make headway, ensuring that there be mechanisms for the freedom of mobility so that regular migration may exist for all of those who so wish. That is a must in order to avoid the exploitation of boys, girls, and adolescents throughout the migration corridors once they are set up in the destination countries. And in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, we should break through the cycle of inequality in our region, avoiding the fact that these children start working at an early age. We must have integrative policies in our countries, ensuring decent jobs, respecting union rights, so that we must start with this work as followed by protection systems with education and care as pillars. Thank you for your attention.
Muito obrigada, Cícero, por cerrar.
Thank you, Cicero, for closing the discussion. And speaking of the persisting situations to be addressed and the commitment to the integral development of childhood through social protection. And so, in closing, I would like to invite Raisa Ramos, National Secretary for Care and Family of the Ministry of Development and Social Assistance of Brazil, to take the floor. Thank you very much, Raquel, and good morning, everyone, in person and online. I wanted to congratulate the panel. I think it is extremely relevant to introduce the theme of child labor into the discussion. about informality and social protection policy. And I believe we should also congratulate the speakers for the presentation, especially by the ILO, ECLAC, and all the comments. First, I wanted to highlight what was said by Andrés, Pilar, and the representative of the employers regarding the work done together between ECLAC and the ILO in the regional initiative Latin America and the Caribbean, free of child labor in relation to meat, which is a model for risk identification and practice of protection for against child labor in response to a need to improve the indicators, because we know that still Latin America and the Caribbean, despite all the progress made, needs more, needs to have systematic measurement on child labor and considering all the various dimensions of inequality pointed out by Andres in his presentation, and the subnational dimension as well. I think that that is extremely important. So very well pointed out by the representative of the employers. And I wanted to congratulate once again ECLAC ILO and the Regional Initiative for the Work. And also, I wanted to say that I think it is very important what was presented by Andres, as well as the comment now by the representative of the CSA regarding the relationship between child labor and care. In terms of measurement, for the first time, a global report by the ILO, this time with UNICEF, speaks more clearly about labor-related issues, household and unpaid work, and child labor, which is not easy to include. I think that this is a very complex issue, but the report does recognize that it exists. And also the figure is given for Latin America, showing how, in fact, this is relevant and that it must be thought about, not only in terms of measuring, but also in terms of the policies. And then the representative of the CSA put across very strongly that if you're thinking of policies to prevent child labor, care is essential. So often the children are caring for, especially the girls, the adolescent girls, are caring for the younger siblings so that the mothers can go out and work, or the mothers take them to their workplace, exposing them to child labor. And this comes up in the milking applications in Guatemala, emphasizing the need to have a formal decent work for women as a way of preventing child labor. But that is impossible in the way it should be done if there are no care policies that ensure that the children are kept safe and are being treated as they should be treated. So, the National Secretary for Family Care in Brazil, we are considering this very significantly, and we have communicated a technical note on that child labor and care on June the 12th, which is the International Day for the to eradicate child labor. And also I wanted to take a minute to mention some updates regarding what is happening in Brazil. Under the new administration by President Lula, I would like to say that in so many other areas, Brazil is returning to the fight against child labor. Brazil was for a long time considered by the ILO as a country that had very successful experiences and as an international benchmark in terms of eradicating child labor. But unfortunately, as in so many other things in recent years, there was a serious setback in all of these efforts, and now they're being picked up once again. So, just to say two things that I believe are important. One, that the CONAE3 was reinstated, which and also the representative of the UIE of the employers highlighted the relevance of these national commissions. the National Commission for the Prevention and Eradication of Child Labor, which has representatives of the civil society and also institutions such as the Labor Public Ministry has a key role to play in this. That had been very much weakened, but now it was reinstated on June the 12th. And there is government representation. 7 ministries are represented: labor, social development, education, health, human rights, agriculture, and ethnic racial, because in Brazil, there's a high prevalence of child labor among Afro-descendant and indigenous children. So this is a government bench that involves 7 ministries, and so CONAETI was reinstated, and its main mission is to discuss the update of the national plan to combat child labor, which had been erased. It was not renewed by the previous government, and so now it is. And the other thing is that Brazil now asked from the ILO, Minister Marino, who is the Minister of Labor, that for Brazil to be considered a pioneering country of goal 8.7. And as we know, this is the government that is prepared to put up the theme at the center of the public agenda and is committed to carry out actions immediately and urgently in order to speed up the pace of the reduction. And there is one first action that is being structured and is ready to come out to light soon, and which is an agreement by the 8 ministries inspired in the MIRTE, and that is an effort, a joint effort, to speed up the pace and make a government contribution, intersectoral, linking up all the ministries to the new national plan to combat child labor, which will be discussed before the CONAETI. So, well, that is it. Thank you very much. And once again, congratulations. Well, thank you very much, Lais, for sharing with us the commitment and the actions, multi-ministerial actions in Brazil. I think that this has been a very, very rich discussion and that somehow has followed the keynote speech. I thank the panelists and everyone who was online, and now invite you to break for coffee just outside for 10 minutes, and we will meet back here for panel 3 on labor inclusion of youth, transition from school to work. Thank you.
Porque ministra, si quiere probar cámara y si me escucha.
Hola, ¿qué tal, Amalia? ¿Me escuchas?
Hola, ¿qué tal? Ay, perdón.
Be the first by Evelyn Vetza, who is a consultant of ECLAC from the Division of Economic Development, where I work. And so to speed up the agenda, all speakers are brilliant experts, and so it is an honor to moderate the session. So Evelyn, whenever you like, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Can you see my presentation? Yes, thank you. I thank ECLAC for the invitation to be here. I'm afraid that the presentation is in small mode. Can you please put it as main screen? If it's too complicated, just leave it at there. There we see it, fine. Thank you. Thank you all for the invitation to be here in this panel. There were a series of questions for the panel, and one of them, which would be the policies that could be successful in order to achieve inclusion for youngsters in the labor market? And the other was also, what is the role of social protection in this transition? What we're going to see over here are 2 slides for each of the 3 contents, and these are evidence, context, and practice as one of the ways that the governments have to go into that transition. When we talk about the evidence, according to literature and evidence on initiatives that support the transition of young people to the market labor, we have a lot of meta-analysis assessing the impact of these initiatives. And there is a consensus among the results on different venues. One is that the theoretical practical training is the one that allows for a successful transition into the labor market. This means not just theoretical practice, but also on-site practice. And this adds to the development of different skills. All the policies for training should focus these 2 ideas, and they seem to be very successful. There are also packages of services that do provide good results. But when we support youngsters in this transition, we don't just have to provide training, but also labor mediation. And to that, we can add an incentive for employers to hire young people. And this all adds to good result. I'm talking about comprehensive policies that will include different levels of intervention. But you can imagine to combine the transition of young people going through all these services is very intensive in feedback and oversight and evaluation. The more we involve employers in these policies, the better the results, because this comes close to the policies of intervention, and this comes close to different opportunities. And the effects of these initiatives take time, but these are not effects that will come about in the next 6 months. They take more time, and so that these results may be tangible. That is in terms of the design. But now what about the studies? What do they say about these initiatives? We're talking about intermediation, training, subsidies, but what really does have an impact in these interventions is what we have to figure out. The management of these interventions, how can we get everybody to participate, how we are aligned are these. And that is why there's a critical role in the hands of management and information. There's a lot of consensus to that effect. And this involves many studies that have seen initiatives in the region and elsewhere, and regular outcome. Now, what are the policies that have been adopted lately in the region? We have experienced because of the pandemic. In view shorts, because as we know, we usually have mid to long-term strategies for the development of skills, and these are very important. They are also a buffer so that this transition will not be interrupted when there are shocks, such as the one we had during the pandemic. It was a temporary shock, yes, but the effects last. So we must act along these three lines: preserving the development of skills for young people, trying to maintain the connection with employment, and to encourage productive use of time. During the pandemic, one of the big challenges of the programs for young people was to give continuity, training and development of skills activity was mainly in presence, physically provided. But after the pandemic, many adjusted this training for virtual means. But there was a big barrier, and that is the digital gap of access to the internet. And secondly, all of these services had not been thought of to be provided online. Online training has specific content and design so that this training may involve young people and that learning will really occur. A second challenge involved in the active employment policies was the need to protect the population during the years of lockdown and economic constraint. So the employment action was used in order to channel assistance, financial assistance to these groups and also to the population that was in need. And during the emergency, this showed the role of employment policies. They had to also go into social protection ends. We know that the crisis in the region has been pretty strong, and there were social protection measures adopted. But that doesn't mean that the other activity had to be interrupted, but it did happen. Now, what's happening about the post-shock challenge in the region? Amongst the employment policies, we find the domination of social protection programs. They were multiplied during the pandemic, but they did show a lot of the population that was not part of the other formal programs. We also saw the weakening of labor demands, of labor offer and supply and demand. We know that the labor opportunities are created elsewhere, though. So in the economic sectors that were really affected, their activities were reconfigured, and the active labor policies have less chance throughout from the side of the labor market, but we also saw that education interruption, less schooling, desertion affected them. So the young people population under the employment activities are faced different challenges as well. And here we also add a reduced fiscal space. We're talking then about the need for fiscal policies to become more effective and to reduce and to change their roles. So we have looked at evidence, the context, and in practice, though, what are the elements that are critical for employment policies? First of all, how to provide services that will allow for a successful transition of young people. And these are young people that are coming from diverse sources. We're talking about people in the level of poverty, people who don't have any training and cannot find a job. First of all, the big challenge for public policies in the region are the institutional atomization. There are many, many initiatives that address young people, but they are dispersed amongst different institutions, youth groups, social development ministry, employment initiatives, production initiatives. These are in the hands of different agencies in the state that have the same target, that is young people. So there's an overlap that creates inequality. And why inequality? Because an initiative success, it will depend on what's happening and how the young people who were found. We know that once they are seen, they are led to different kinds of interventions. But this is hard to occur because the population is quite diverse. And then we go into another element. In order to attend this diverse population, we need a lot of information to identify their profiles, to identify what kind of training is involved. And this all depends on the characteristics of the young people. For that, information is needed, and information on what's happening to the child so that he may be well attended. So this involves a scarce transparency on the program and a scarce information. And this is not open to public policy. A third element in these challenges is the lack of belonging in terms of the training of the young people. Maybe they are not following the needs of the person, and also the services provided because of the way they have been made are only concentrated in a few, and the management systems haven't really thought about products. In this case, the idea behind employment policy is a labor insertion and with quality. And this is the result that guides all action. But this looks inwards, and it also allows for the adjustment of services and trying to find out in this intervention, so many young people attended, so many graduated, so many found a job. So here we need information. We must find, therefore, which are the initiatives that are working better, what is the precision. And I think this is in need, is something lacking. Another challenge has to do with participation with enough time so that young people may truly be well trained. According to study in the region, a little more than 50% of the interventions last 5 or 8 months, and others even less. But we have heard that the intervention that lasts only 4 months are less effective. But we must bear in mind that it's not just the duration, but also the fact that the employment rate among young people have a lot of desertion. Many just leave. And the training, as we know, affects the possibility of finding jobs. And ensuring this goal amongst the vulnerable population means that we have to get to them to offer these services. And we have to find out what is the program all about. We know that there is an effect that is well known. And amongst the target population, there are only a few that can profit from these programs. And why? Because the vulnerable population has two failings. The first one is that it is not surrounded by institutions or elements so as to see the results in participating in this kind of activity. And why? Because maybe in the neighborhood or in the schools, there are no experiences of formal labor inclusion with quality. So the get young people to really obtain a return on these interventions is something that we need to know about. But that depends naturally, not just on the children, but in other things that will supplement that. We have to see who acts in schools with them, who they are with in their own family environment. And this must be tackled as well.
This is not something that active policies think about, but that they do need. And so this is one challenge, how to partner with those who lead this sort of policy. And the other thing is the complementation of services in combined to the other policies, but they do not merge the aim. An employment policy could also promote a care service from the viewpoint of employment, but the care is important for these young people so that the young mothers can take part. And so there, the association or partnership with other areas of government, they're carrying out these initiatives, and that is crucial. That is why we say that policies for employment should not lose sight of this other thing, because the aim should be to produce a result and that be successful. But along the way, you need to not only improve management of their own benefits given, but also they need to improve the management of their partners. And their partners in the entire spectrum of the social protection policy, health, education. There are so many partners that need to be connected. And so to conclude, this is a list of critical elements that go shaping the map of responses by government. This is what evidence is saying that need to be paid attention to, so as to move ahead in the profiling in order to tailor the responses. So the efficacy of this is linked to having personalized responses according to the profile of the youth coming in. And for that, we need a lot of information, a lot of records, follow-up, monitoring, and then the spread and atomization needs to be reduced. Not just to have one area in charge, but you need to coordinate and avoid overlapping, and that the access to young people be done through single window services, combined with other programs that are not specific for employment, but that are critical and necessary in order to neutralize the barrier, to overcome the barriers that young people in social disadvantaged face. A third is focusing on performance to direct the management of these programs to achieve results. And then the common denominator of all the above, and that management should have information and accountability in order to feedback and improve the policy. Sometimes it is very high cost to assess the impact, but what has most impact in the long run is a continuous monitoring system. And that is useful for the managers, for efficient use of resources, and also to think of including on a day-to-day basis these initiatives that the youth are asking for and in the context where they live. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Evelyn, for that very interesting presentation and for showing what many of us have learned in implementing these policies in the labor market to facilitate access by young people. And this one, same as the other presentations that we're going to see, are all part of the results of the cooperation project with the government of Norway and one of the aims. In addition, there is an announcement in that we're looking for tomorrow's birthday party. So if anyone is going to have a birthday tomorrow, I tell you, you can all celebrate on one same day. Yeah, so there is going to be a cake tomorrow. Right. Now, returning to the theme of the seminar, Daniela Truco is the next presentation. She is from the Division of Social Development at ECLAC and one of the organizers of the event. The floor is yours, Daniela. Thank you, Ramon. And well, good afternoon, everyone. I hope that you've had a good snack over coffee because lunch is late. I will present one of the studies that we carried out within the framework of cooperation with the Embassy of Norway and together with many of the people here, Anais, Andres, myself, only Haiti is not here, but that addresses the theme of the transition or the transition from the world of education to the world of work for youth. This is a series of social policies and it was available yesterday in the tables, but it is still now available online. And what I will present here, first of all, and unfortunately we had to change the agenda, this is going to be a more general presentation than Evelyn's, and Evelyn's was going to come at the end, but I provide the context. And first of all, I would like to speak to you of what we understand by education work transition as a key to the emancipation processes and the autonomy of youth. And then the dimensions of school, family, and work for these youth, so marked by inequality in our region, and then the policies that we recommend in general that support this transition. In general, the transition from school to work is defined as the time when someone completes their education and are able to get a job. And historically, this transition from childhood to adulthood has been part of this more or less linear process, going from one stage to another, and thinking that at the end of the day, there is an expectation, cultural, social, for each one of these stages. However, we believe that in the region, it is important, and this is the first contribution made by this paper, rethinking the transition, in the sense that what we see in the region is that stop attending school or beginning to work is not a specific moment in time. There are several attempts and people who have to stop studying. They go out, may often they're forming their family, and then they go back home, and then they go out to work again. It is sort of a truncated process. And it have ups and downs along the way. And so therefore, accompanying that process and facilitating that process is very important that the policies consider this. So if we rethink these categories, for example, when do these transitions begin and when do they end? Short transitions, as historically defined, are they better than the more long drawn out transitions? They wanting to finish each stage of the compulsory obligatory education and then moving on to a job, is that better? Or could each stage be related? Or how does this affect school attrition or child labor? Or long transitions, on the other hand, could be related with another very frequent situation that a lot of youth face in our region, getting a first job or staying in the labor market with minimally favorable conditions. And the so-called double inactivity, those people who neither, the NINOs, who neither study nor work. And what does that mean? There is an important dimension there, a gender dimension that is cross-cutting here. Are they really not working, or are they doing household work, caregiving? And also many have to overlap activities, studying and working at the same time, or continue working to be able to continue studying and at the same time support their family. And so it is important to make all of this visible, this sort of transition and the diversity mentioned by Evelyn in terms of youth, in situations that these young people face in our region, producing or depending on the various axes of the matrix. And understanding that the transition does not only have to do with education and work, but also with the family, housing, health, mobility, and also the possibility of participating. And all these spheres of rights are not separate spheres in the life of young people, but it is important to consider them as a whole. So now let's move on to see the main dimensions in the document, and that have to do with education, work, and the family, which is what we want to highlight, because as a rule, it's not a dimension that is made visible in the work and the studies on youth, in terms of the policies for these groups. The first thing is that youth and education, and there's a lot of work in ECLAC on this, and we know that despite the progress made in education coverage in recent decades in the region, there are still important gaps all the way from progression to conclusion, especially after high school. 3 in 10 youth, or 20 to 24, had not finished their high school by 2020. We know that students coming from indigenous and Afro-descendant groups conclude this less than their peers who are neither indigenous nor Afro-descendant. There are important gaps at territorial level. Finishing high school is much higher among urban population in comparison to rural populations. The income gap, of course, marks inequality, and this is reproduced in education with levels of almost 90% high school completion in the higher quintiles, and only one in the lower one. Populations with disability or persons with disability do have greater barriers in terms of access, and they have to do with the context, but also with the attitude of people. And on average, the level of education is much less than the rest. And the same for girls and boys and adolescents who are migrants, and that face very important exclusion barriers particularly in times of crisis. So all of these dimensions are very relevant because these are axes that combine and crisscross, producing a lot of situations linked to what we saw earlier in terms of the incidence of child labor. And also, we know that the pandemic and the prolonged confinement in the region, even worldwide, is a threat to push back all the gains made in recent decades and leave a scar in the trajectory, both educational as well as work-related. This group, impoverishment of homes, um, having crowded surroundings, learning curves, and also issues related to mental health, emotional health, and coexistence in general. All of these are at risk in the short and medium term. And then we would also like to point out here that education and work, in the experience of the young people in the region, often coexist. We know that 1 in 4 adolescents, more than half aged 18 to 24, and almost 2/3 of the young people 25 to 29 are in the labor market. Almost 30% of the adolescents are outside of school. And in the age segments 18 to 24, 25, 29, there is a share of these that already completed their secondary and tertiary education. So seeing this diversity of situations, those that study, those that are only working, those who do both, or those who do neither one or the other, all of these require a special support, differentiated support and policy. So it is important to make visible at least the heterogeneity of this in these dimensions. And so we would also like to highlight maternity as a turning point in the educational trajectories, especially for young women, generally in the absence of integrated care policies and systems.
You can see here in this graph what's happening with young women from 25 to 29, whether and the difference between mothers and non-mothers. The great majority of those who are mothers are in different situations comparing to those we've just seen. 72% of young people who are unemployed are women, and 50% are mothers, and 20% of them were mothers before being 18. 43% of the young mothers are not studying, nor are they employed. And this is strongly set by the level of income from the homes and the racial conditions. Here we have the share of Afro-descendants that is even more noticeable. As we saw this morning by Mr. Ferreira, the women as an average have less years of schooling or have more years of schooling than the boys, but that is not reflected in all groups and that does not help them out in posterior labor inclusion. Another element of this equation has to do with school job transition, life, family, and care. It's important to go into this because as we know, the families are very important because they provide physical, social, economic wealth and the support mainly into transition or the lack thereof. The family's makeup has changed a lot in the last few decades in the region. And we see that the experience of young people with their families is very diverse and very dynamic. Less than half of the young people households are made up by a family with both parents and children. And 15.7% live in single-parent households, and more than 42% in larger families. Many are mothers that live in their own homes where their parents still live. And these are important elements to be considered. We must also consider the number of young people who continue in their own homes with their families. And here is the graph showing the contribution of labor income of young people to their home of origin. We can see that that contribution and is of 26% among young people from 20 to 24%, and 30% between young people from 20 to 39%. So it's a very important contribution that these young people bring in with their incomes into the families. And we also know that some of these young people are not in working decent jobs. 60% of them don't have the minimum wage, and 82% don't have a social security. So here we have a problem on the quality of the jobs and the labor rights of the young people that is also a must. In closing, and this is my last slide, I will talk about a more comprehensive need for policies that will support young people in education and transition into labor. This means that we must have a comprehensive look, not an atomized look on youth policies. This must include different rights, and we must consider the autonomy of young people, their emancipation. It must be included, we must include also social protection. Families, as we know, are the nucleus for these young people. Then the family is fundamentally important for the emancipation of young people and for the continuation of their education. And the absence of a care policies will bring in a big obstacle, especially for women, but not just for women. We must also consider the reconciliation between education, labor, and family life of people to create a policy that will support that process. We're talking policies of sexual reproductive education, preventing adolescent pregnancy, avoiding discrimination in schools, policies of non-contributive policies, for example, the minimum income for these people, and also involving young people as subjects of rights, policies, labor policies, social inclusion policies for young people, care policies so as to decrease the burden on these young people. And these are some amongst many others. That was a summary of the document, but at any rate, I am available if you have any questions. And here we have the link for more information. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Daniela, for that very interesting presentation. It became clear that the subject is not just a triangle. There are many triangles that will depend on the subject of the study. We saw the need of policies to counteract, for example, things that have to do with the place of birth, the characteristics of the household, and how not to just tackle the children, but also the strategy so that the young people may break through that vicious circle and the intergeneration persistency. There are different things that can be done, different strategies, but there are many, many challenges involved. And I will now hand over to Lucia Scudo. She is also working in the division of gender affairs from ECLAC. Thank you. Thank you, Ramon. Good afternoon. Thank you all I thank the invitation for me to participate in this panel. As Daniela well said, this has to do with this work between divisions that has been very fruitful. And this is being done under some cooperation projects. It is also very helpful to align concepts, to have interdisciplinary approaches with different focuses in labor policies and social protection policies, and also including gender and the autonomy of women. Each one of these products are important because this has to do with dialogue, not just with the experts in the countries we work with, but also of the very colleagues. This work was done in our gender division together with Ms. Munoz, who was here with us a short while ago, and headed by Diana Rodriguez. She is a professional from the division. The aim is to show a different facet from what we've just seen, and this has to do with what happens with these non-linear transitions, as Daniela talked about, but this takes place between different tasks and different contexts where young people are found in Latin America and the Caribbean. This is crisscrossed by what we know as structural obstacles, the persistence of poverty, of inequality, power concentration, patriarchal, discriminatory patterns, but also this fourth node, which is the sexual division of employment. And this is something that we have tackled in this study, as well as many others, as I said yesterday. And this was prepared for the gender conference of last year. And this shows how the sexual division of under labor affects many, especially women. And this could distort perhaps the most successful and that we are all pursuing. This study involves these three elements. First, the care crisis and the problems involved in reaching women's autonomy in the region. There is the link between care, domestic work, and the possibility for education and employment amongst women. But this concentrates a certain segment, that is the science, mathematics, engineering careers. And this was done ex professo, having in mind that this is one of the sectors that involves the digital transition and future insertion in these segments of the labor market that are so important, as we've been hearing in the seminar. First of all, the care crisis. This has become more serious because of the pandemic. And amongst other things, because this brought greater demand of care in households. And that because of two things. First of all, because of the collapse of the health system and the unpaid care of people in homes because of all of the disease involved that was not treated in the formal health systems. And on the other hand, we also saw the closing of schools and educational centers. And naturally, this also hurt the providers of care in the families. And especially in 2020, there were also problems involved of the prohibition to circulate in outside of their homes, and this affected the people who used to come into the homes to help with the care. And this brought in even further the unfair distribution of care in households, which is one of the structural nodes that was identified in the region. This also has to do with the pandemic, but we had already received a high demand of care because of the aging population in most of our countries. And some still are not there, but most of our countries are facing this population aging. And this in turn has brought in greater problems. We are already at the level of Europe, but that involves knowing how many care units we would need in households in the region in order to help out with the daily tests that people cannot do on their own.
The other impact of the pandemic, and of course I'm not going to dwell on this, has to do with the mass departure of many women from the labor market. The women's participation in the labor market fell, and very high levels of unemployment with a certain degree of recovery. And we've talked about this with Ramon quite a lot, and also with the expert teams at the ILO as to what does it mean. And here I will just leave you with the question. We're not trying to resolve it because we're still thinking about it. What does it mean to look at graphs that only in figures show that you have this recovery, quantitative recovery of certain traditional figures such as occupation and unemployment rates? But what does this hide? You say 9.2. I'm like Daniela, but I will not hide my short-sightedness. Say 9.1% employment in women. 93 means that we're doing a bit better than the 9.5 of 2019. Well, maybe we could say, okay, great. Not only have we reached the levels of unemployment that we had, that were not very good anyway. It means to say that 1 in 10 women who want to work are unable to, but we're at pre-pandemic levels. But what behind those numbers, what did the pandemic mean for the labor market for women? Well, is it the same number of women? Are there changes in the denominator? Are there women who left the labor force in 2021 and are now not even trying to find a job again? And that is why they don't even appear in the new unemployment rate. And what are these figures really showing us? Because in the headlines, they appear as recovery or as plateaued levels. But that here, let's sow a bit of doubt regarding what these figures actually mean. So as we know, unpaid work is basically assigned to women, and in the countries of the region, where there are mentions each time more, women dedicate 3 times as much time to household work, and this is unpaid, and this also affects girls and young women. Because maybe this should not be addressed quantitatively, but to see trajectories, we need to see this in a far more qualitative manner. They have to do with panels that accompany women over time. But you see the macro figures that show how the differential dedication between men and women during childhood and youth may have implications with regard to the educational and labor trajectory. Well, the first thing we wanted to share with you is the time dedicated by men, women, girls, boys, age say 15 to 20, to household work and unpaid work, where clearly there is a marked asymmetry. We're speaking of almost twice, or at least in sometimes 3 or 4 times more time dedicated by girls and women than men to the unpaid work. This is in general terms. And now let's see a bit more specific situations. And in this case, we're speaking of the dedication of young people aged 15 to 25, but now saying that they do not study, they're not in the education system, nor are they in the labor force. And clearly the gaps sharpen a lot. But if you see, well, also we have for some years the differences over years. Not necessarily for all countries, because remember that these surveys that gather this information are often independent or specific surveys. Yes. And that are not necessarily linked to household surveys, where in addition to this information, they also ask about education, income, spending, and so on for the whole family. This is a snapshot of these 3 years crossed by these demographic differences, and they have an impact in the region. And this has to do with the drop in the fertility rate. And I underscore this because we've talked about it a lot with our colleagues at SENADE. The drop in fertility rates is something that has been studied, and it can be said that Latin America and the Caribbean just have a drop in fertility. However, I was saying that it is highly stratified because fertility in Latin America is highly stratified, but also the decline in fertility rate. So it's not all Latin American women do have less children. Some have considerably less children than others. And linked to this, the themes that have to do with adolescent pregnancies, as you know, often a situation linked to poverty, lack of access, that Daniela was saying, among other things, to sexual and reproductive health policy, and so on. And also a greater presence of girls and boys in lower income families, what we call the feminization of poverty. And that has consequences, not only, of course, does in the development of these girls and boys and their possibilities, but also on the women in those households, who are precisely those that bring up and care for these children in a situation with less resources. And then also life expectancy is something always to be praised, as long as we can add to that life expectancy the quality of the life of those last 50 to 20 years, and where the demand for care, household, and health system increases exponentially. And together with this, a very high feminization of old age, because quite clearly, when you increase life expectancy, you know that for the great majority of countries, it's women who have a longer life expectancy than men, but these women, 30, 40 years ago, were the layer of the old women or grannies. Today, they are grannies, but they also do caregiving, because in this level, 60, 65, 75, even 80, they sustain a care cushion And on the one hand, you have a demand for care, but on the other hand, we have a cushion that allows other younger women go out to work. And another thing that has to do with the connection between the possibilities of these educational and labor trajectories and the aspects of the sexual approach to work or a sexual division of work is an early marriage or child marriage or forced marriage. And what this shows for the countries where we have combined information on sex, marital status, and time use information shows that women, girls, and young girls up to the age of 18 who are in some type of marital relationship dedicate far more time than men who are in the same marital relationship. And so, as you say, the situation of being in a couple or married before the age of 18 exacerbates the time that these girls, young women, dedicate to unpaid care and household work. Well, I'm going to skip the introduction to this, but let's see if we take a look at the other side. Now, not only the dedication to care, but also now the income of these women in the participation in the world of higher and tertiary education. I understood from Daniela that women are joining, and we can say that in the region for the last 50 years, women are accessing the education system, the higher education system, and the gross enrollment rate here shows that in some cases there is even a higher proportion of women that join the higher education in comparison to men. However, yes, and when we see and we look the careers or the sectors that where they access, this affects not only their employability, but also the level of income, such as the particular disciplines or trades linked to IT or ICTs or engineering. There, the proportion of women who actually graduate in comparison to those who enter. And if you take a look, engineering in Uruguay is almost level. In the case of Peru as well, but in most countries, quite clearly, for example, in the area of ICTs, the proportion of women that graduate from these courses, maybe 1 in 5 complete or 1 in 3, but nevertheless, the graduation rate quite low as yet. And so then the study shows how women in higher education and do have a differential inclusion. In the paper, there's a review of this in some countries of the region, Mexico, Chile, Argentina. I will not dwell on that here, but I will close, of course, by inviting you to read the full paper that we're hoping that will soon be available. We're doing the last minute editing. There are some previous graphs which were used for what was said by Carolina and Eliana. And as I was saying, the economic autonomy of women is possible only if the sexual division of work is addressed and if co-responsibility is furthered. And I think it was also mentioned today as well as yesterday that this has to do with the possibility of young women having these trajectories. I'm not going to say linear, but let's say each time more successful. This has to do with having a network of care in their settings and also a care policy that is able to sustain the demand in households with the demographic characteristics that we saw earlier. Time use statistics and those that have to do with improving information on levels of education. Quite clearly, this is essential for the design of public policy. Affirmative action accompanied by care policies for everyone in these educational communities, whether students, but also teachers, because often, especially in these areas that I was talking about before, the beginning of a professional career is through doing a teaching at university level. So it's not just for the students, but also for the faculty members, the teachers, the researchers, at least in the initial stages of the profession. The care policy is essential, and we need to recognize the care needs beyond children and everything that has to do with the demographic transition and remote work or education or online education and work. With some positive cases, it is possible to make more flexible these different spaces. The relationship between mobility and care, also recognizing dimensions such as transport, and of course the territorial anchoring of care, which also has a connection between the possibilities, especially in larger cities, thinking of our major metropolis, Mexico City, Lima, Sao Paulo, often Santiago itself, and where, of course, the journeys to be made in order to study or work for women have to do with moving about also on account of the care that needs to be provided. And this is another aspect that affects their possibility to reconciling or combining family life and their education and work. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Lucía.
Thank you, Lucia. Indeed, this is a very complex phenomenon. Adding gender, as we saw in the first presentation this morning, is not only important to understand why inequality, poverty, and all of the structural problems in the region are not solved, because that depends on the training process of persons and the allocation of tasks inside and outside of home. And this requires complex structural policies that are comprehensive. And this is a problem for a region that has funding problems, often emphasizing this, that is what will allow the trajectory is what's difficult in making public policy. I'd like to thank you all for still being here in spite of the late hour. And there are many, more than 700 that have been connected online to this event. This shows the tremendous interest in these matters. The labor minister from Paraguay had to leave the premise. So we now give the floor to Ms. Brown for the comments on this panel. She's a national secretary for Brazil's ministry. She was also in charge of social development from MECLAC. Lais, you have the floor. Thank you. Thank you, Raimundo. I thank you all. I thank Social Development Division for the organization of this very important seminar, and also thank you for inviting me to this panel. Now, do not scare. I only have 2 or 3 graphs that I will comment on. So this will be a short presentation. As Daniela said, I am a co-author of one of the works she showed, so I fully agree with everything she said. And I also agree with what Lucia said. But I will try to take advantage of these brief moments to make comments on some things as well as on Evelyn's presentation. Now, first of all, I do believe that it's very important in this discussion to relate this inequality and social protection that is so important for the seminar. And this is very important to bear in mind that we're talking about the region. We know that there is a transition that is needed from school into the job world. And this is always present in discussions on employment, education, and youth. That has been going on for quite some time now. And this debate has been impacted by the discussion conducted in more developed countries. The reflection is very important as of Latin America, and this is something that ECLEC is very much involved in. I think that we must rethink on certain concepts and metrics in talking about transition, having to do with the beginning, with the end, and the goal of the transition. And this is so important. We must recognize the complexity of the process, especially in societies such as Latin America that are always involved in high levels of informality, precarious jobs, and frail social security, and the weakness of the social welfare services. And this is also set by the fourth technological breakthrough and the pandemic. Daniela has already said that, and Lucia, that the transitions are less and less linear, and that there are ups and downs, oscillations in different situations of employment, non-employment, schooling, non-schooling, and these are not following one after the other. They oscillate, they are here and come back later. So this is a fact when we talk about especially young people from low-income families, their transition has a stronger process. I think that, well, as we talked about this before, but I'd like to say that we must avoid allocating inflexible categories. And I must insist once more in a discussion, and that is related to the concept of needy young people, people who don't study or don't work, because as Lucia said, we have to look at the labor figures and have to see what is behind the figures. But these young people who are not studying or are not employed, that are not well, all these many problems, neither nor. These are neither one thing or nor the other. And these are young people with a lot of women involved who are working. I insist on neither nor. And that means not making visible these. And this is very important in order to take a look at what's happening with the women and the insertion into the labor market. And as we know, often the problems are reproduced later on. And that is why I believe that it's very important to realize that under this big category, and after looking at this age group between 15 and 20, there are different situations according to the age groups: 15 to 17 adolescents, 18 to 24, and then 25 to 24, as Daniela showed in her graphs. That is very important. And we also have data on the conclusion of the educational tracks. I'd like to bring some recent information on my country, Brazil. The effects of the pandemic must be considered in this discussion, but recent information from PNAD in Brazil must be looked at carefully because the effects are not that evident and they are not foolproof. It becomes clear that the rate of schooling drops in early education in Brazil. In Brazil, that's from 4 to 5. That is low as compared to 2019. But the schooling assistance of adolescents from 15 to 17 has not dropped as compared with 2019. In Brazil, we have 92% of young people from 15 to 17 go to school. There is a 90% attendance. And this overcomes what we had in 2019. That is curious. If we look at the liquid attendance, that is attendance at the appropriate, at the right age, that is lower, that is 75.2%, but it is also 4 points higher than what it was in 2019. So we must look at these figures carefully. And here we must also consider the different pillars from the equation. Lucia showed the gender inequalities, right? But all of the Brazilian figures having to do with labor and school attendance show an evident gender inequality. But this is also territorial and it has many elements involved. If we look at these figures in terms of Afro-descendants and non-Afro-descendants and by territories, the big regions in the country without reaching municipal levels, we see the continuation of big gaps and inequalities, meaning that the policies to face all of this situation must change the inequality, that want to change inequalities must consider all of these different facets. Let us take a look at the young people who are neither studying nor employed. In blue, we see disaggregation for gender and racial status. And here we have my white women and Afro descendants, non-Afro descendants. And this is the difference that we find in this study related to Brazil. But the total in Brazil has to do with 20% of young people who are studying or are employed. And now disaggregating by gender and race, the share of white men, 12%, black, 16%, this approximation, white women, 20%, black women, 29.9. So these are almost 3 times that of white men and way above the rate of white women as well as black men. So there's a clear, tremendous racial discrimination and inequality. And if we would go to the territories, there are certain areas in the country where that's even worse. The difference is even greater. This is a very important topic that must be considered. And we're talking about the burden of the household care tasks in Brazil. This kind of unpaid care is in the hands of women and also has to do with racial discrimination. 42% of paid work is in the home. Paid work is in the hands of black women. And in the rest of Latin America, this is also seen. The paid and unpaid household work is in the hands of women. And there we find more indigenous and Afro-descendants. And this is very important in the preparation of the care strategies in Brazil. We are strongly considering this. We cannot discuss all of that without considering this kind of segregation. Now, going back to the different age groups, when we talk about the diversity amongst our youth, we must consider different dimensions, socioeconomic levels, schooling, ethnic features, territories, but we must also take a look at different age groups from 15 to 17. And this is defined as, there are many definitions on what is youth. So we have to consider these different age groups. I think there is a criterion to differentiate these age groups. What we use is precisely this 15 to 17, 18 to 24, 25 to 29. Here we have young people who are studying or not studying, but there are differences between adolescents. This is much lower. That is, as of 18 onwards, this comes to 25%.
Casi almost 1 in 4 young people. As Daniela showed, maternity among adolescents is a very important fact in people's lives, and that can change the trajectory. And so that needs to be strengthened when we're thinking of the education and work trajectory. There's a third element in that equation, which is family life, and that is essential. Without that, it is impossible to understand the difficulties, the barriers, and how these things in the life of young people are crisscrossed, and also the adolescence. Lucia mentioned the child and adolescent marriages, which is still very relevant. And then another thing, when we speak of the situation of not being neither at school nor in the labor market, we need to go back to remembering that we should not categorize it. It is a structural situation. This is going to continue like that. No, 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 no. The time when people stay in that 25 to 29 segment, things are far more structural, and the duration is much longer. And in less in the earlier ages. In Brazil, we once did a calculation. What is the average time that young people are in that situation? And we were very surprised that the average time was 4 months. That is, it's not a state as such, it's not a condition, but it is a situation. And so there too, of course, the policies are very different. It could be someone who finished school and have not yet joined tertiary education or a technical training center. Not all these things has to be considered. And so that, speaking of care policies in Brazil, the process to construct the national care policy, well, we determined 4 main audiences: children and adolescents, early childhood, older people, people with disability, and unpaid care workers. So the demography that Lucia described, the aging of the population, but also we have a special concern with young people, because it's young people that need to combine or simultaneously live through situations that are work, family life and care, and education. And so here, we must be very clear. And here, this is something else. This shows that people aged 14 to 29, the source is not there, but with an education level under less than high school, they didn't complete high school, or, well, the reason why. And so there, they need to work. Once again, and you have the gender marker, is very clear. 52% of men say that the main reason was to work, the need to work, and 24% of the women. And then afterwards, there are domestic chores, caring for the children, pregnancy, in the case of women, 33% of the men and 1%. And then the care, the need, the needs for care. Yes, this does appear as an essential barrier so that women can complete their school trajectories. We're talking in this case about high school, secondary education, not tertiary or university. And here, and this is the last graph or table that I'm showing, there's another very interesting data here, and that is that how this is combined, once again, work, family life, care, education. The level of schooling or attendance to a school of children age 0 to 3 by age group in Brazil. In Brazil, education is obligatory as of the age of 4, but from 0 to 3, there is a supply, public supply, that is supposedly universal across the board. And there is a universalization target. But in Brazil, the attendance rate of these children aged 0 to 3 is of 36%, 45 higher, 92%. And then if you add 0 to 1 years and 2 to 3, we see that there is a tremendous difference. Already from 2 to 3 years of age, we have half of the children going to nursery school, and the other one, 14%. And of course, there is a tremendous regional variety, the north, northwest, south, southeast, from 0 to 1, 3, 3 out of 4 children are in nursery and 25% in the south. And if you ask, well, why are children not attending a nursery school? The option factor among parents is large. 61% in the case of 0 to 1 years, 52 in the case of 2 to 3. But the lack of schools is another important factor, or the vacancies available. 0 to 1, 32%, 2 to 3, 40%. So here, why did I bring you this data to you? Because here when you think about the policies, without a doubt, one essential policy to support this transition between the school and work, and especially for young people, these young people must have access to public care service. For these small children in early childhood, this is essential. And what we're seeing here is that 40% of the women who respond say that their children were not attending 2 to 3 years of age. And that is because there was no school. There was no nursery school available. And so here you can say, well, this is the policy line. It has to do with extending access and the quality of these services. But also, it could be a matter of extending the post-pregnancy leave. Because normally it's 4 months after birth, but here it could be possible if maybe the maternity leave could be extended, or have a parental leave to be introduced and have an alternative for that age segment, 0 to 1, that did not necessarily imply attending a school, always with the aim of these policies, which is freeing women's time in order to ensure that they're able to enjoy their rights, such as education, health, public life, and so on. And so, I don't know how much time I have. I'm thinking, no, I'm I've gone overboard. Ramon, you didn't say anything to me. That's your fault. You should have raised a yellow flag. But just one thing for Evelyn's presentation. When she said that active market policies should be supplemented with other social policies, but without losing their identity. I do agree, but look, I think this entire reality could mean a necessary rethinking the design of certain policies. Because if you do not consider all this reality, the major differences and inequalities that exist among young people, then that could greatly affect the efficiency of the active market, labor market policies. And this is not just job inclusion. That's the goal, yes, but we need to consider the permanence of these young people in attending these training courses or whatever. So also there's experiences of linking these policies as or with care services for the children, but also linked to the policy. So I think that this is a matter for discussion. Thank you. Thank you, Laís. Well, definitely it was my fault, yes, but you captured me totally with your theme. And there's a word here, and I apologize from Juan, Juan Chacaltana, who is the last discussant, but my hunger has disappeared, yes. I think here there's a word that is key, and everyone's mentioned it without mentioning the point. Interest. The persistent, the transition is not a problem of the transition as such. The problem is that the consequences of the transition not the same when you are poor or if you're not poor. Leaving the labor market or leaving school to work for a time when you're poor, when you have to do it, entails a cost. But if you have other resources, it's an advantage being able to leave and then have experience in something before looking for a job. So there's a key element here, and that is the role of the availability of loan, credits, resources in order to take in these shocks that you mentioned. For a person, it's not the same. If they have access to a credit or loan, they can get into debts and not to have to go to the labor market and continue to study, or if they don't. So all of these dimensions that you've mentioned, there is an additional, that is the availability of smoothing the transition, of making the transition less expensive. It's not just a matter of leaving and entering, but rather that when you do leave and enter, that the long-term impact is far more costly for one segment than another. And since you have not said anything, I will now recognize Juan. He's a senior expert in employment policies at the ILO, and he will be with us on time. Thank you, Juan. Thank you, Ramon, and thank you for the invitation. I will try and be very brief because I see that we're losing attendance very quickly. 3 ideas. First, I'd like to congratulate the authors, including Anaïs. Very interesting. The truth is you always learn. And reality always surprises how it changes. I would like to add just one thing here, and that is with regard to youth policies, what matters is the what, but also the how. How do you do this? So how can I explain this? I will use some studies that were done at the ILO. I don't know if you could share my presentation. I did send a couple of slides, but the first idea is picking up on what Evelyn was saying. At this point, we have significant evidence. We have significant evidence that the ILO has also done a lot of work on assessing programs and policies for youth employment. We're living through an era of assessments. And these programs work, but in a very particular way. In some, not all programs have an impact. Not all programs have effects, but yes, many have positive effects. And when they have positive effects, the coefficients indicate the impact of the programs. They're not very big. Well, there are no miracles that occur with just one intervention, but the gains are small, or in the best of cases, medium-sized. And so this indicates that it is necessary to intervene additionally with several initiatives at the same time. It's like building a wall. Programs are like bricks, but the policy needs a lot of bricks. And so you need a lot of bricks and the mortar. And so the result of the analysis by Evelyn is that you needed supplementary programs. So yes, that is quite consistent with what in the ILO has also been found. And then now you move on to the next slide. ILO has also followed up on policies, the youth employment strategies. These are documents by ILO member countries. And we do a sort of systemization of these strategies.
On the left, we see of 187 member countries, 109 do have policies for juvenile unemployment. In Latin America, that is found in 60% of the countries. What is different, though, is the content of these policies. If we look at the graph on the right, most interventions have to do with training, education in this region as well as in the rest of the world. What changes, though, is the following. Elsewhere, they prioritize education, and this is followed by active labor policies. In Latin America, because of what's happened lately, there is emphasis on encouraging labor demand through subsidies and that, etc., as followed by labor market policies. It has not always been so. And why? Because priorities change. In the past, we had a database where we do this kind of follow-up. But in the 6 fields of policies that we follow, we can look at the emphasis in Latin America. Before the 90s, there was emphasis in training and education. That dropped in the 90s, and that coincided with great interest in entrepreneurship. But now, the emphasis is going back to education and training. And there's also more emphasis on the demand. Very little on the link with macroeconomic and sectorial policies, and a certain emphasis on legislation. This topic of the peak and the decline in entrepreneurship is something to be discussed. And as Ramon well said, this is right now perhaps less important. It also has to do with a connection with what's on the left. These are macroeconomic and investment topics. In Peru, for some time now, there's been a boom on gastronomy. And at the beginning of last decade, there was a survey among young people asking whether they wanted to go into open up a business. Yes, most said that yes. But the estimation was that about 700,000 young people wanted to open up a restaurant, which is okay, and this must be supported. But from a standpoint of reality, flooding the market with 700,000 restaurants may not be so profitable. The thing is then how to connect these specific policies for young people with aggregate environment for the development of the businesses. Finally, the third topic I will bring has to do with how to formulate these policies. ILO's database has questions on whether there is budget or not. I won't dwell on that. I would like mainly to go into young people's participation in the formulation of policies. I think that juvenile employment is low. And when we ask young people about the policy formulation, they usually say that this is done by older people on behalf of young people. And this topic of the presentation of young people is important. I will use another example coming from Peru. A few years back, when I was working on juvenile employment, we started with a workshop with the participation of youngsters, and they would try to tell us, okay, we have to study this because that's where the jobs are. And there will be more demand here. That is today to say what we usually do when we have contact with young people. And in one of these meetings, somebody raised the hand and asked, why do you tell me where the jobs are? Because I already know. I am the one who is out on the queues every day looking for a job. What I really need is for the companies to know me better or to know me at all. And then we started a research. And the firms in screening young people, the firms ask for documentation, ID, diplomas, education, records, and we were able to tell that there was a possibility of having to provide 28 different kinds of certificates. And naturally, all of this involves costs in time and money. Together with the labor market from those days, we set up a program whereby we tried to include in one single certificate all of these other certificates that had been asked for. So with the interconnection of different databases, this could be done in 5 minutes. And in conclusion, I do believe that the complexity of the problem of young people in terms of job policies has to do with what and above all, how. And as we heard, the integration of policies and increasing juvenile participation is something that should be more stressed and promoted. Thank you, Juan. The how and when. It's not the same doing this during a expansion period of our economies, but it should be done always. Very well. We adjourn then. We conclude panel number 3. We now adjourn for lunch, and we will come back at 3:20. Thank you.
Estimada Laura Ripani, por favor aceptar la invitación a ser panelista. Muchas gracias. Sí, te vemos súper bien. Mate. Muchas gracias Laura por todo y disculpa el atraso. También muchas gracias a Guillermo Alves and Minister Colin. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for the delay. We are starting,
Thank
I don't know,
you.
2 minutes more, max.
Okay.
Hola, buenas tardes a todos. Aprovecho para saludar, probar que está todo ok. Estamos por aquí.
Hola, Andrés.
Hola, muchas gracias. Un minuto y comenzamos. One, start.
Hola, muy buenas tardes a todos y todas.
Good afternoon, everyone in the room and also those online at this fourth panel of the regional seminar on social development. Panel 4 is on labor inclusion challenges in an unequal region. In this panel that we will be beginning in this afternoon session of day 2, we are going to focus on the relevance of work in order to move towards equality, but not so much as the work, but also considering the work conditions. What was mentioned yesterday, the concept of labor inclusion, that on the one hand is inclusion, but also the conditions and the quality of the work that people do. And so we know that our region, the distribution of the quality of work shows extreme inequalities according to the inequality matrix. And this is an issue that we would like to address in this panel. Very interesting, with very interesting speakers. To begin the panel, we will have a presentation by Andrés Espejo from the Division of Social Development of ECLAC, speaking to us on between exclusion and labor inclusion, an approach adapted to the Latin American context. Andrés, the floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you, Malu, and I thank everyone. If you could please upload my presentation. Unfortunately, we already have over 400 persons contacted online. After lunch, we're all a bit tired, but we thank you for being on time. We would also like to thank Laura Ripani, Guillermo Alves, and Colin Jordan, the Minister of Barbados, for being here and as discussants. today I will, in about 20 minutes, so as not to extend myself too much and have more times for Q&A, is something that we've been working on in the Division of Social Development for months, if not years, the concept of labor inclusion. This presentation is called Between Exclusion and Labor Inclusion, and we believe it is important to adopt this to the Latin American and Caribbean context specifically. The region has its specificities, inequality, informality, that mean that our goals and objectives to achieve labor inclusion are specific to this region. And so we believe that these definitions must be taken beginning by getting to know our territory. This could somehow sum up what we've seen yesterday and today. Yesterday was presented by the director, Alberto Arena de Mesa, that we're seeing a very slow Latin American market because this slow motion crisis goes back to before the pandemic. This was relevant, highlighted yesterday. Pre-pandemic, there was a scenario and the signs were showing a setback. And today, Professor Ferreira showed that since 2015, approximately, all indicators in terms of social and labor matters stopped improving and began a very slow decline. And we've seen it in several versions of the social outlook, and that each day there is a social malaise, discontent. And after the pandemic, the crisis cascade, and what we're seeing now is a fairly complex situation. Yesterday it was said that we have economic growth that is quite modest, which has not allowed a rise in occupation. And also, we're only now reaching pre-pandemic levels in terms of labor indicators that were already not too good. So overall, the situation is complex. Added to this, the region is facing different tectonic changes in the world of labor, and these changes are mixed with inequalities that are structural in the region. Yesterday, this was mentioned by our director, the labor market is the key to, or the master key to address the situation. It links the productive structure, highly heterogeneous, and has major weight in low productivity sectors and often it leads to income inequality and informality. It was also said that, in fact, low labor inclusion per se is enabled or does not contribute to reducing inequality. We have studied this over time. So the labor market, although it is the master key to address this, we need to nevertheless pay attention to the conditions and achieve decent work. Very difficult in a region with this level of inequality and informality, because to achieve decent work, and which is the aim, and especially something that is pursued with the SDGs, it is a goal that faces a region with high levels of labor precariousness and inequality. Very briefly, just to recall, we've not addressed it here, or not given it sufficient strength. We have SDGs, specifically 8, economic growth and employment, and this adverse context has implied an important setback in the advancement of SDGs. Maybe the graph cannot be seen too well, but it attempts to show that a lot of the indicators, the goals or the aims of SDG 8 are at an unsatisfactory level. This means we are at high risk of not meeting the goals and that we are delayed for 2030. And the various crises have also meant that there is setback in several indicators that were not yet even measured. So the situation is even more complex and the region could maybe not achieve the SDGs. And so at the Division of Social Development, we're working on improving our concepts, our understanding of the region, and improve our way of approaching the issue of labor. And we have a labor inclusion construct fairly adapted to the Latin American context. What is labor inclusion? Basically, an inclusive social development indicator, because everyone could access decent work, ensuring appropriate levels of wages and social protection coverage. In the presentation, Maria Luisa says that labor inclusion from the view of the Division of Social Development comprises two areas. On the one hand, inclusion in the labor market, and we realize that many people who are unable to access the labor market because there are entry barriers, but on the other hand, they are in conditions, or there's the conditions or the quality of the work that they access. And all of this is highly conditioned by institutionality and robust labor policies. Yesterday, we said that we're going to have a conference next October on institutionality, and so you're all invited. It is done by the Division of Social Development, but also we have institutionality and labor policies, but also we have a social inequality matrix, which means that the various axes mean that it is more difficult or not to enter the labor market, but once you're inside, also the conditions that you access are going to be different. And obviously, there is a productive structure which is highly heterogeneous and that leads often to inequality and precariousness. We have at least identified 5 critical areas that imply an obstacle. There are more, but this is a good way of approaching it. There is a labor exclusion that has to do with the people who are left outside the labor market on account of the entry barriers. There is a group of people that, despite intending to access the labor market, are unable to do so. And each day it is more difficult to join the labor market. When that group of people are able to join the labor market or decide to enter the labor market, we find other types of barriers. For example, there may be hazardous work or banned work, which is what we saw this morning, or there could also be unemployment. All of this is overrepresented among young people. And no matter wanting to access the labor market, the unemployment figures treble the difficulties that young people face in accessing, and finally they end up leaving the labor market because they're unable to access a job. When they do get a job, as a rule, they have 2 major paths. On the one hand, formal employment, but we find that often the formal employment, although they enjoy a contract or an income that allows them to overcome the poverty line, it is often low quality. They may have an excessive amount of work or regulation that doesn't allow them to have a formal employment and meeting all the characteristics of being classified as a decent work. There's another type of exclusion which we call formal employment. Here there are 2 types of exclusions. On the one hand, traditional informality, which is what we've been talking about over the last couple of days, and new forms of informality that also means that people are unable to access job and labor inclusion. And so this process that we're seeing, which is a sort of continuum, as of the moment a person decides to join the labor market and they find different obstacles to access a decent job and ultimately achieve labor inclusion, this is conditioned by the institutionality, the matrix of social inequality and the productive structure, and of course by policies for social protection and care that would allow us to access the labor market. And as I said earlier, there are different population groups that facing these labor inclusion barriers. I will just mention some. Women, overrepresented in the indicators outside the labor market, and they're not significant and robust care systems. Many are unable to join the labor market even if they want to. Young people have higher rates of unemployment, persons with disability, and then we're going to see data later on, they have higher levels of unemployment and people who are left outside the labor market. And when they do enter, often these are jobs that have a high turnover and precarious jobs. And the same thing happens with Afro-descendants and indigenous people. And we can also review the data, and in all countries of the region, they have lower income. Even they do access formal employment, and obviously migrants. When you reach another country, you face barriers and conditioning factors, even though you're accessing the same type of work as a local person. And that often is a challenge for the region. New critical obstacles to labor inclusion. This is something that we've dragged along since colonization, but forms of exclusion that would allow us to understand what it is that we're talking about. Yesterday, in the main panel, we spoke of the entry barriers and we gave examples. Our director presented data on men and women who left outside the labor market. Outside the labor market, and then we realized that 70% of the entire population outside the labor market are women. But when you take a look at the data, you see that almost 50% of these women aged 15 to 59 are outside the labor market. 50%, 1 in 2 women are outside the labor market, in comparison to the 25% of men. And when we focus on those men, as a rule, they are young, that are still in a transition process, as we saw earlier. They're facing other sorts of difficulties. But when the young people get beyond 30, the percentage comes down to 3 to 4%. So clearly this shows a segmented chauvinistic market, which means that most women are left outside the labor market. In green, what we see within the barriers are persons with or without disability. And there we see that, in fact, persons that have a disability have twice the chance of being left outside the labor market. And persons with disability in 4 countries of the region with disability, 60% of these, of those over the age of 15, are not in the labor market, are unable to join the labor market. They face entry barriers, and even if they want to, will never join the labor market. And you are not even considering the unemployed, while speaking of people who are outside the labor market. This is different, the proportion of young people and adults. There I made a mistake in the key, but young people have a higher percentage of being outside the labor market than the others. And indigenous and non-indigenous people, the graph is also upside down. And that is for you to pay attention, because this afternoon we're tired, yes. And so I changed things over just for you to understand far better the presentation. The important thing here is that the people in the intersection that structure the matters of social inequality, they face greater entry barriers. Now here we're talking about non-allowed adolescent work. This is not adolescent work regulated, protected under the law. These are adolescents aged 15 to 17, that in Latin America and the Caribbean are 6 million, doing hazardous activities, worrying for their health, and also they entail exposure to labor, and many are unable to continue with their studies. Many of these also never again return to education, and youth, as we saw this morning, many of these access jobs that are precarious. This was a graph that we also showed this morning, showing that there is also intergenerational reproduction of this situation. Many of the parents, the mothers and the fathers of these children, well, not children, adolescents, are in it, don't finish their studies, and most likely those children will not finish them either. Another type of exclusion is disoccupation. This can be classified in many different ways. Here we're going to focus on the youth people. Thinking of the life cycle of the seminar today, we've tried to focus on the life cycle, and Professor Ferreira, then we tried labor, adolescent work, and now we're moving along the life cycle. And we begin to realize that, in fact, the disoccupation rates of young people is almost 20%, contrary to the rates of 9.8 for the population aged 25 to 34, and then 9.8 as the figures that you see here. There's several interesting things here to be highlighted. First, there was a false hope years back that higher levels of education and more skills could have a positive impact on employability. But what we realized over time is that in general, the inequality and also these rates are fairly structural over time. Young people are far more tend, in the case of external shocks, economic crisis, COVID, to leave the labor market or to be left dissatisfied. Their jobs are far more precarious, and also there's a high turnover and high segmentation, which has meant that historically in all countries of the region, young people have higher rates of disoccupation. And when you see the labor policies, there is a central focus on young people, and this explains it. There's a very difficulties in inclusion, and so the transition extends over time. Now, obviously, and something that we have seen yesterday, labor informality. Here we have some characteristics of the informal employment. In general, between men and women, the rates are quite similar. Age-wise, this is focused more in the youngest or the oldest. And if we were to expand this is until 59, but if we were to extend it, it increases even more. And surely concentrated in rural sectors, almost 75% of the workers are in rural sectors and are working in informal conditions. But also they're unprotected, they don't have a job, they don't have social security, and only 30%, 1 in 3, earn something above the poverty line. 76% did not finish their secondary education, and 90% are neither professionals nor technical people, which means that their situation is far more acute and worrying. And that is why we have great interest in focusing on this and having policies that would allow transiting towards formalization. Something that was mentioned yesterday is that changes in the labor work are leading to a new form of informality. Yesterday I mentioned a quote from a book by one of the founders of Preal, and that said that you always imagine the face of an informal worker associated with poverty, farm worker, someone who is a street vendor. But what we're seeing now, and based on the data, and this is increasing each time more, is that there are informal workers that are very highly productive, and they're not below the poverty line. There's 20% of these informal workers that are in enterprises of more than 5 people. In 10% of these informal workers have professional or technical studies, and 20% with income of 3 times the poverty line. And this was mentioned yesterday, that there is a group of public policies that focuses on informal workers, but poor informal workers. And of course, they are not the beneficiaries of this sort of policy. And so we need to rethink in our policies in the context of an ever-changing world. The challenges in an unequal region. What we have said so far, and I've tried to be very concise and leave time for the discussants, because each one has a view that supplements what we're showing you here at ECLAC. The idea of labor inclusion is a concept that must allow a new approach, functional, to understand this changing world of labor, highly unequal and informal. And the culture of labor is also changing. This we should highlight. Previously, we thought there would be full employment and that would last for life, but that is changing. There are many young people today that are not accessing a job because it's easier to do something else and have an income. And so that entire idea is changing as to the value of employed work. This is the summary mentioned yesterday in the main panel. Without labor inclusion, there will be no inclusive social development. And hopefully you will be left with this message that every successful strategy that we have in this direction should place at the heart labor inclusion. This in labor inclusion is essential because it could not allow, otherwise we will never reduce informality. And also labor inclusion could be key to the development of the SDGs. Recently we showed the SDGs, and labor inclusion, SDG 8, are interrelated to many other SDGs, 10, in income equality, gender, and so on. So focusing on labor inclusion is a strategic axis to think of inclusive social development. Now, of course, what we need are policies for labor inclusion, and to achieve them, we need a fairly ample compact. And to conclude, and then handing over to the discussants, we understand that inequality is structural and high in the countries of the region, hinders any effort to achieve economic and social development that is inclusive and sustainable. And so paid work could be a key to reduce this inequality in the region, but also, as we said, it's not just any type of inclusion, any type of job. It was highlighted yesterday by the director, it must be decent, protected, with social security and with an income that allows you to minimally overcome the poverty line. It is necessary to encourage labor inclusion. We've already spoken to the ministries of labor. 8 ministers of the region were present. And in this comment, we also have Colin from Barbados. The Ministry of Labor has an essential role to play here of connecting and ensuring that labor inclusion policies allow us to talk to other ministries and other portfolios. This is key because it is necessary to invest in labor inclusion, and invest why? Well, because it's investing in the most important assets of countries, the people, the workers, and the future of our society. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Andrés.
Thank you, Andres, for that initial presentation, reflecting the concept of labor inclusion and also the risk of not achieving the 2030 agenda, and then which would be the challenges that the region would have to face in order to address this threat. I would also like to highlight the critical obstacles that you mentioned to labor inclusion that reveal the characteristic inequality of the region and how, in fact, the axis of the matrix leads to obstacles to achieving sustainable and inclusive social development. So thank you for that presentation and these very important messages that you shared. And now we're going to recognize Laura Nipani, who is the head of the Labor Market Division of IDP, and she has time to give us comments on this presentation. The floor is yours, Laura. Thank you. Your microphone is muted. Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you, Maria Lisa, for the floor, and thank you, Andres, for that great presentation. I think that it contains many of the elements that we were being talking about in the ITP, the relevance of having labor policies that are inclusive. And the question here is whether this labor inclusion in the region can be achieved. And I think, yes, it is achievable, but it does require of a great intentionality in defining the labor policies, because we face very significant challenges. In Latin America and the Caribbean, according to the figures that we have at the Labor Observatory of the ITB, and with the recent data, more than 58% of people working informally, and this may differ a bit with the figures that you have at ECLAC, but more or less, we have a very high level of informality in the region, and this has an impact on the low stability of persons in terms of income and wages in order to meet their needs, have a good quality of life, and the possibility of saving for unforeseen events, and some sort of assurance against the risk that we always face. And they're not saving or paying in to have a pension at the end of their working life. And this is also very relevant to the region, because this region will face the challenge of aging, and that too must be taken into account for the future. And one of the elements associated to this is the low labor productivity. If we take a look at the last 30 years, we see that labor productivity in Latin America and Caribbean is stagnant at about 1% per annum. And even in the countries with the best results in the region are very much below the border or the frontier of labor productivity. This is something that we need to address. In that sense, I believe the region needs to aim towards three key elements in order to increase productivity. And these are innovation, an appropriate business atmosphere, and of course, the development of skills for work so that people are well prepared in order to face the challenges imposed by a changing labor market. And something that Andres mentioned, and I believe is very relevant, that inequality that we face in the labor market, not only these general figures that you mentioned regarding informality and low productivity, but there are collectives of people in the labor market that suffer more amply these barriers in entry to the labor market and barriers to having a good professional career. And there, the gender gaps well, at the IDB, we're always very much focused on addressing the gender barriers, and we see that in the region still has three important gaps in terms of gender, and that we need to continue working on. One is the low labor participation by women, and the other, the high level of occupational segregation, especially when employments today and the future are changing so very much. And women, for example, in terms of occupation within the green economy, are still underrepresented.
And the same for the digital world. So this gap creates serious issues for equality insertion. And then the wage gaps that should be subject of policies to reduce these gaps. I do think that now going into policies, in order to reach labor inclusion in the region, I think that yes, it's possible, but we do need three important elements that I will mention. First, we must reactivate women's employment, not just for inclusion, but also as an economic motivation for countries. And why? Because this could bring in more growth. That is so important. According to IMF studies in a report conducted a couple of years ago, they said that with gender inclusion, the economy in the world could improve in a great measure. But so this is a goal for inclusion of women, but also for the creation of wealth in our countries. Secondly, investing in skills is very important. And we must think about strategies for scaling, reskilling, but it means labor reconversion in order to face the new demands of the labor markets. We must be very much aware in listening to the employers to identify what are their demands for the future and for the present, and also so that the women may be guided toward these careers that have greater demand in the labor market. When we talked about occupational segregation, we will see many jobs that will be created by the green economy, but women are still underrepresented there. And we believe that it would be important to provide information on where and what kind of jobs are being created. We also have to look at digital skills that it will be very much demanded. It's already very much demanded. And thirdly, the promotion of more female employment, investing in skills. We must have flexible arrangements so that both men and women may reconcile better their labor responsibilities with the care and household responsibilities. We do know that the women are still overrepresented there, but that is in the care of young people and older persons. But there is no system that will provide that quality care for all in a way that the care may be not always placed in the shoulders of women. For more flexible jobs would allow for the possibility of women to work part-time, for example, having the possibility of different shifts, different schedules, or perhaps e-jobs. And this is something that should be better encouraged in our countries, or more encouraged. I will now leave the floor to Minister Jordan and for our friends from CAFA to tell us about their ideas. But the goal is to share this with ECLAC, having more productive, more resilient labor markets, more inclusive markets that are more related to the needs that are being brought by the post-COVID economy, narrowing down the gender gaps is so important for the recovery of our economies. With now I hand over to Maria Luisa. Thank you, Laura, for this very interesting comment. You have talked about the importance of having policies that will be geared toward labor inclusion as well as the gender equality. And that is not just inclusive, but it is also efficient. This is something important to mention, always considering the labor conditions that are promoting that inclusion, that investing in skills so that both men and women may be part of the jobs with social protection, and that will protect them from the vulnerabilities that they face. Thank you, Laura. I now give the floor to Colin Jordan, who is a labor minister of Social Security and the third sector from Barbados. You're welcome, sir. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, and good evening to everyone. Thank you, Andres, for the presentation, and also happy to hear the presentation from IDB. I bring possibly not a unique perspective, a small island developing state perspective, but I don't think it is unique because I think the research is showing that the region, those on the continent and those on islands, share similar challenges when it comes to labor, productivity, inclusion, inequality, and all the matters that we have been discussing so far in this conference. Now, I join Laura by saying first that I believe that labor inclusion is possible. If I didn't believe that, or if leadership in our islands don't believe that, it means that we've given up on the possibility of properly and effectively developing our nations. And that is not a place where we could be. We'll be admitting to being failed states. So it is important for us to always be positive as we speak to including, because inclusion and reducing inequality is what will drive the development of our countries. Now, I also agree, and I'm starting with also using this as a begin, the matter of intentionality. From a policymaking perspective, from a government perspective, we have to be intentional in this matter. Reducing inequality and generating inclusion in the labor market is not going to happen by accident, and is not going to be the byproduct of any other action. It has to be absolutely intentional on the part of those of us who are policymakers in our countries. So this is not something we can pay lip service to. We are judged based on economic development, economic growth, and how people are benefiting from that economic development and economic growth. And so we cannot leave it to chance. It is something that we have to focus on and be very intentional about. Now, we have the same gaps as everybody else in the region. And I'd want to maybe look at the matter of inclusion and look at 3 areas that I think we have to be intentional in focusing on so that we get the most out of our people, but also that our people get the most out of their involvement in society. We're talking about social development. That speaks to people's involvement in society, not just working for a company. So the issues that I'd like to focus on would be first access. And Andres mentioned quite a bit in terms of access. Now, access means that people have to be able to enter the job market. And there are a number of things that will need to happen if that is to be a reality. So there needs to be training and education, and that needs to be accessible. People need to be able to access the training and the ability to acquire the skills that are necessary, the skills and the knowledge sets that are necessary for their proper participation in the labor market, and by extension, participation in country and social development. There are a number of things that can, and let me just back up a little bit to say that availability and accessibility, all of us agree, are 2 different concepts. And so while a thing may be available, it may not be accessible. And for us in this region, and for those of us in small island states, accessibility is absolutely critical, so that where education and training are concerned, the costs must be such that those who are currently excluded are able to access, make use of the opportunities, and become part of the labor market. So that in Barbados, for example, we've socialized our approach to education. So education is free at the point of delivery for everybody from primary to university. And that is because the country has made a decision that all of us will come together and pay for the education of all of our people, all of our children, particularly our young people. So accessibility in that area. There's also the matter of technology. And that is critical in terms of access, because there are a number of areas or avenues through which persons who are currently excluded. So Andres mentioned women, persons with disabilities. And with respect to those 2 groups, they have opportunities in the areas of technology. It could be the platform economy or other areas of work in technology. I think Laura referred to, I don't remember the last part, but it was something. But in order for our persons with disabilities or women, and in some cases our young people, to be able to access these opportunities, they will need to have access to the technology, so that internet access becomes critical. So not just availability in the country, but where people live and where people can get to in terms of their transportation arrangements. They must be able to log on in order to be able to take advantage of the opportunities. So again, where technology is concerned, accessibility. And accessibility to the internet doesn't just happen. So this comes back to intentionality. That this is infrastructural work, it costs, and decisions have to be made in terms of how funds are to be allocated. But it is absolutely essential that if some of our people, particularly 2 groups that I mentioned, are to be able to access work, decent work, in the areas of technology, then they will need to have access to the internet. That has now become as basic as water and electricity. Accessibility for young people will also mean that some of our countries, or maybe all of our countries, will have to continue to invest in first job programs. First job programs, apprenticeship schemes. The ILO just a week and a half ago, adopted an apprenticeship standard, a recommendation, because it is recognized that in order for many young people to get into the job market, they need to have some kind of experience. In my country, young people say all the time that whenever they apply for a job, they're asked, how much experience do you have? And their complaint is, nobody's ever given me a job. So how am I able to get any kind of experience? So first job programs and apprenticeship programs are going to be critical in order to allow young people to access the world of work, access the labor market. Now, there is also the matter of addressing, and I spoke to this in the morning session yesterday, the matter of violence and harassment. There are gender issues and gender inequalities in the world of work, in the labor market. And one of the areas that keeps women out of the labor market is violence, gender-based violence and gender-based harassment. And that is a matter, when I spoke to that at the ILO in 2019, as the rapporteur for the committee, I refer to it as a scourge, because a person should not have to go through, a woman should not have to go through the mental torment in order to earn a living. And if that is the option, sometimes the decision is made to stay out of the job market. So accessibility will also mean addressing matters like violence and harassment. These may not be able to be measured as scientifically as some other measurements, some other indices, but it is a matter that we know, I think we all know, impacts the movement of women, particularly into the worker force. Now, so access is one thing, social protection is another. And it is important that social protection be more than just the provision of a program. What I'm trying to say is that we have to make sure that the precariousness that Andrea spoke about is not a reality even in a situation where there are social security schemes. Because what we see happening, and I think the research is showing that, even businesses are trying to move employees into informality so that you make these statements to suggest that persons who were formerly known as employees are now subcontractors and responsible for their own social security. Now, that is something that we're seeing in Barbados. I'm not sure how widespread it is, but it is a matter that we have to address, because one of the reasons why governments deduct taxes from workers before it reaches the worker is because human nature says once it gets into the worker's hands, it is not likely to get back into government. And those who are not financially able enough to have private pension plans are usually not financially able enough to create the discipline and make the choice between maybe an extra loaf of bread and contributing to a social security system, a social security scheme. And so we have to make sure that employers do not disadvantage, well, do not misclassify first employees, workers, and then put them in a situation where they are outside of social security protection. So that is something that has to be done by policymakers. So people like myself in government have to make sure that our inspectorates are resourced enough to be able to go to employers and ensure that they are not misclassifying workers and ensuring that all workers are covered by the social security that is provided within the country. One of the things that we have done, there is a very, very, very old standard, international labor standard, called labor clauses in public contracts. And that is an area where governments have some leverage. That standard, and if it is in law, the legislation, speaks to government ensuring that contracts that are paid for by the public purse go only to those persons who are facilitating decent work. Decent work meaning working conditions, rates of pay, and access to social security. So under social protection, I put that. And then I speak to occupational safety and health. Now, this is important, and I think it has always been important, but maybe even more important in a post-pandemic world. Everybody now is very, very aware, very, very sensitive to their physical health, their mental health, and their mental well-being. And that is one of the things that I think in some developed countries has caused what is called the Great Resignation. So persons are now prioritizing. It means that if we're going to include people or bring persons who are not currently in the labor market into the labor market, then we have to give the assurances that we're looking after them and their welfare from a health and a safety and a wellness perspective. So there needs to be effective legislation, effective regulations to make sure, and obviously all of this is undergirded by effective inspection as well, to make sure that workers can feel comfortable that their health, their safety, and their welfare is being looked after in the workplace. And I think these things will help to bring persons who are not currently in the workforce into the workforce, and will help to solidify and remove some of the inequalities so that there are not some places where these matters are looked after and other places where they are not looked after. And so the reduction of inequalities there are ways of addressing it, and we have, I will not tire of repeating what Laura has said. We have to be intentional about these matters. So we speak to them, but the policy development that we execute has to reflect these things. So one thing I want to mention on the social protection and the matter of, this is also a cross-cutting matter with gender. If women are not to be left on their own to be the carers in our countries, if they are to access the labor market as they ought to be able to, then the matter of leave is going to be critical. So maternity leave, which maybe most countries have, but we have to make sure that there is a sharing if we want to have the gender equality that we all aspire to. There has to be a sharing of the responsibility. So it means that we have to move toward either paternity leave or parental leave. Now, in Barbados, we are moving toward paternity leave. I think we're going to get to parental leave, but we're working toward paternity leave. But one of the things that I've found out in my research is that paternity leave is not very well used. Women who have access to maternity leave and paid maternity leave take the leave. Men who have access to paternity leave do not often take the leave. That suggests that we have both to implement the paternity leave provisions, but we also have to do some educating so that our menfolk understand that we have a responsibility as part of to be carers of our children, but carers generally. And that is one of the hindrances, one of the barriers to entry is the feeling in some of our countries that women are the carers and men go to work. So there is an education that needs to go along with legislation and putting certain provisions in place. That education is not going to be short term. Some of the views of our people are deep rooted. They've been in their minds in the minds of people for centuries. And so the education that's going to be necessary is going to be an ongoing education program. I think I'll stop there. I had some specifics, but I'm not sure of the time, and I may have already overstayed my welcome. If I have an opportunity later, then I may come back with some other thoughts. But thank you very, very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jordan, for your comments.
Muy interesante. It was very interesting to see how we see the intentionality repeated, especially in decision making, and in this case, how the minister himself said, emphasizing the difficulties for access, and what was also mentioned in Laura's comments, the digital skills and the role of technology in the debate on labor inclusion. Now, before handing over to our next commentator, I'd like to thank the more than 430 persons who are virtually connected, as well as those who are here in presence. I now give the floor to Guillermo Alves. He's a chief economist of the CAF, that is a development bank for Latin America. You have the floor, Guillermo. Thank you, Maria Luisa. I thank ECLAC and Alberto for the invitation to be here. It's a pleasure to be here learning from the experts on this topic that is so important for the region, as well as for CAF. Let's start with the first question, and that has to do with the labor inclusion. Is it reachable? I think that Andres' data shows that this is a goal that is far from us. This is a region with high informality rates, as Laura said. We have a labor market with a lot of self-employed persons without social protection related to their jobs. There are many countries with high structural unemployment, often reaching a full digit. That affects our young people mostly. We also have structural problems in the access of women to jobs. And the data from ECLA shows that we are far from reaching that. And besides, there are certain technological trends, and that is because of automation and the replacement of jobs by robots and machines. And that is not favorable. I would then draw two conclusions. First, I would call on action. There is a lot of room of improvement amongst our policies. And the second part of my intervention will bring some information on these possible policies, but this is a call for action because there's much to be done. Secondly, from the data, yes, we are far from that, and there's also technological new environment. And from the experience, I could say that we are very far, but only with the decent jobs that would not be enough for full inclusion for people to gain their own well-being and to supplement employment with social protection that is universal so that people may live well beyond the current labor markets, which we know are facing difficulties. Now, as to policies,
I agree with what Laura proposes. There are three key aspects in talking about decent employment. First of all, the productivity agenda. And we could have many seminars to talk about that only. And I won't go into detail on this. So, agenda productivity, on productivity. Secondly, human capital in a wider sense. That is training from the early ages, education, and then formal education. That would be the second. And the third element has to do with the institutions that have to do with the labor market. Since this is a seminar on labor, I'd like to talk about the evidence that call for action that is brought because of these challenging figures. What would they mean in terms of policies for in our labor market? I mean, what can be done here to improve the quality of jobs? Here, I'd like to mention three large topics. To start with the scopier one, we have what Andres described, and that is the issue of informality. And why? Because that means that these workers do not have any social security protection. And even if we were to get them to have non-contribution social protection, there are protections in jobs related to health environment, to vacation, and there are many benefits that must be related to jobs and that require more formality. So this is something of great concern, and the evidence shows that it can be improved. There are certain defeatist ideas. People say nothing can be done, but if we compare this with other countries at the same levels, they have different levels of formality. So it's not a dead-end street. No, we can get there. But what can be done? Here, I'd like to mention three things that can be done. And that, according to the evidence and the way I read it. On the one hand, there's the classic perspective on the costs and benefits related to a formal job. And we see that in the region, we must be very careful on the costs of informality for the jobs with less productivity. With less productivity, it's often difficult to cover these costs. And here, some policies may give relief, whether through subsidies of some jobs, whether through the granting of social protection for these jobs, watching out for the balance between costs and benefits. Being cautious of not providing too many benefits for informality, and in granting the social protection. For example, many people may get to believe that if they get a formal job, they will lose that those benefits. So we have to watch out for that balance. Secondly, we'd have to look at the tremendous universe of self-employment. That involves low-income work, but also mid-income work as well. Many mid or high skilled workers don't contribute because of that. But what can be done? Well, many countries in the region have self-employed workers who are not, where it's not mandatory to go into the social security system. So we have to look at the successful countries in this. First of all, we have to look then at the cost and benefits for less productivity jobs. Secondly, we have to look at the design of social protection for self-employment. And secondly, and thirdly, as mentioned by Minister Colin Jordan, oversight efforts are also important. And this is related to what I said at the beginning. We cannot look at informality as a destination that we cannot avoid. There is a lot of oversight that must be done, and there are some productive firms that could go into this and that are not inspected. And there are also many labor inspectors that are used in other countries. So I'd say that this is something that deserves attention in order to encourage more formality. There are labor institutions that will be able to go into that. So I mentioned these three ways where we could improve more formality. The balance that I talked about, the self-employment that may pay taxes and go into contribution, and thirdly, oversight and inspection. Another topic where Laura has been an expert, and I'm talking about the efficacy in the region of training and labor internships. Naturally, there are many details around this, but more and more we have studies that are well identified with information showing that these programs benefit many young people, and they often go into formal employment. So there's evidence that this can be done in many countries. They can either reform their programs and allocate more resources. These are things that can be done. And we also have good evidence in the region in that our labor markets that have problems in social protection. There are different types of shocks, economic, trade, and productive levels. These shocks are very harmful for the workers and for their search for decent jobs. A worker that is facing recession in his country, or because of a shock, because of trade matters, that person will find it very difficult to go back to the income levels that they had before. Therefore, the policies must be on the watch out, understanding what are the dynamics that the workers are facing because of these shocks. On certain occasions, that means that there must be some kind of graduality in policies. Well, we know that some shocks are inevitable because of the technological conversion. And their social protection policies should be there in order to help the workers to go through and navigate these shocks. I would say that these are things that can be done in the countries. There are concrete measures so that the goal of labor inclusion may be closer to in our horizon. We should have new policies to improve formality, active policies, internships, and helping workers to face these shocks are things that will help us to grant more formality in our labor markets. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Guillermo, for those comments. Very interesting how you address the different critical aspects that Andres mentioned, the labor institutions, formalization, how that is an important tool also to achieve higher levels of formality, and also training and education, which is something that was mentioned by Laura. I propose that we take a round of last-minute thoughts and issues that might have stayed pending with regard to labor inclusion and how to address decent work. And there are some questions on the chat as to how you define decent work. It may be if someone could address this in your intervention. And then think of how it is possible to strengthen labor inclusion so that labor inclusion include access to social protection, strengthening education and training to address entry barriers to the labor market, and also the oversight. So jobs that are formal be so in practice. And also consider that we are going through a period of economic recovery. And so over the chat, they're asking which would be the main recommendations for this post-pandemic period and which would be the main conditions to ensure labor inclusion, and that in fact allows us to move towards sustainable and inclusive social development. So you have the floor to air your final thoughts, and with that we would adjourn the panel. Andres, would you like to begin? Thank you, Maria Luisa. Well, I thank the discussants and the audience for your questions. Labor inclusion, we conceive it as a purpose, an aim. It is a process and a continuum that could lead us to decent work. And then, in response to your question, decent work is employment that seeks a decent employment in the sense that it is productive, that they have protection of social rights, where they have an appropriate income, that they're able to overcome the poverty line, exceed the minimum wage, have social protection with access to a decent pension, health service, have social dialogue, and that in the ILO determines it a tripartism between employers, workers, and the government. And so I think it is very important, the thoughts by the three discussants, in that public policy must be directed. And in fact, to achieve labor inclusion, there must be a decision by the decision makers, as well as those of us who are on the side of making recommendations and studying the situation. We must understand labor inclusion as something that is attainable, but we need to know more about the reality. And it is very important, and I think it was mentioned by Guillermo, that public policy, there is each day more research and study that show us the sort of policies that are effective. And I think it is very, very important to make recommendations with evidence at hand. We realize that with the pandemic, the ministries of labor in particular acted with a level of speed which was very significant, made flexible many of the labor policies that they had been implemented and adapting others that had come from different contexts, but certain to give a certain continuity to the work. and also sustainability, but are connecting them to the social aspect. Evidence shows, and that we have revised in certain studies, is that there are policies that provide a certain income or provided an income in the most difficult times of the pandemic, but once the most difficult moments of the pandemic had passed, they are in a situation to get a job. And also there is training that is not linked to the job. So this bridge, being able to maintain a certain level of income at a time, and then you cannot really let it go throughout the life cycle. I think that training, professional training, and that here we call education for life is key. It is key to go linking this in the long run. Today or tomorrow we will hear presentations in the morning on skills and how the world of labor has meant that the education models must adapt to these new contexts, and that we should have a new way, as Laura said, of the reskilling, or I remember how you called it. But well, adapting the new realities to a changing context. And then also we're going to hear this and we're going to go through it, the articulation between the labor policies and social protection. This is the key aspect to understand labor inclusion that is efficient, reduces informality, and also that reduces social inequality. Thank you. Thank you, Andres. Laura, we're handing over to you for your final comments. Well, thank you very much. I fully agree with the connection or articulation of policies. I think that on the one hand, we need to strengthen the existing policies with reference to what Andres said, the labor intervention policy. And public employment services in the region must be connected to the private ones, and in turn connected to the labor training policies for people to be trained, and at the same time included or at least connected to the labor market in order to achieve that sexy labor market, which is not always easy, as was said earlier, for certain specific groups. And also provide efficient quality aims at producing digital transformation processes of these services and of the institutions that provide these services in order to make the policies as agile as possible. And also it is very important to further a better technical professional training in the region. A lot of technical people are required in the region, and the truth is that this is an area where policies still do not have sufficient strength to train, especially middle technicians, for technicians in the labor market. And as we said a moment ago, when you're speaking of labor conversion, you must be very, very close to your workers, so that for the first part of the equation, identifying the skills needed. If we do not know what is it particularly required in the private sector and what would be needed in future, we could hardly have a training system that prepares people for those jobs. And so identifying the demand is a prior condition to having relevant training systems for that demand, and also of good quality. So I believe that that articulation between employment services that is good quality and technical services or technical training that is relevant, and give it a greater relevance in the region, with and also major investments, which is very, very important for the region. And not, as we have said, doing the entire effort with an inclusion magnifying glass, so that the efforts made are to overcome the existing barriers for access and permanence in information systems, which is always not easy, and be able to get all people, both men and women, young people, and everyone who would like to have a good job may do so. We at the IDB work with a concept which is quality employment, and close to the concept of decent work. But basically, we have two conditions. One is that the person may have the insurance against the risks experienced throughout the labor life, and the other thing is that they should have sufficient of an income. These two conditions, we believe, comprise or constitute, if you like, a job of this type. So I would leave it at that, and I thank you very much for the invitation. Well, thank you, Laura, for your comments. And now we will hand over to Minister Jordan.
Thank you very much. I'll begin by mentioning a few points, some specifics that I jotted down that I didn't include originally, and just end with a general comment. This matter was raised earlier, Social Security for persons who are self-employed. And we have to, as we recognize that the gig economy is attracting more and more of our young people, as we reflect on the fact that the platform economy is attracting persons who are not necessarily leaving their homes to go to a workplace. And the fact that more and more of our people are becoming self-employed, entrepreneurial, we have to make sure that our social security systems are constructed in such a way to make it attractive for them to contribute, so that it has to be easy, simple to make your payments, and the payment systems have to recognize that sometimes persons earn at different rates, earn during different times of the year, those kinds of things. There's also going to be a need for literacy programs. One of the barriers to inclusion is our literacy challenges, and literacy programs are going to be important if we're going to be including persons in the job market. I also feel, and Barbados feels, that there is need for a floor for wages, so that national minimum wages should be established so that it makes sense for persons to join the workforce and enter the labor market. There's also a need for 24-hour access to services. Persons need to be able to, in their free time or their off time, have access to whether it is banking services or insurance services, the services that persons will need as a normal part of their daily lives. That needs to be, they need to be available. And then there are also the matter of care services, those things that keep particularly women out of the labor force, access to care services, and care services in close proximity to their workplaces. Care of their children in particular, but also could be elderly as well. So those are things that, some specifics of what needs to happen. And I repeat the term, we have to be intentional. Finally, the recognition that these matters are cross-cutting. I think cross-cutting was mentioned earlier. Getting people into the workforce is not just a labor issue, educational issue. Our cultural industries have to be involved, our ministries of business and our business community, our Ministry of Health. This matter is very cross-cutting, and our national security as well. And those things have to be taken into consideration so that it has to be a multi-pronged approach and a very collaborative approach. I say that because I'm not sure the experience in Latin America, but in some of our Caribbean countries, there's a very siloed approach, even within a government, to addressing some of these matters. And if we're going to be successful, we're going to have to be collaborative. There's also going to be the need, and Mr. Alves spoke to this in referring to Andre's presentation, the matter of research and information. If we're going to have good policy, it has to be undergirded, has to be supported by good information. And access to the research, access to information will be important, particularly for smaller states, having access to that information so that good policy can be made. And then finally, I think it was Guillermo as well who spoke to this. The matter of that I think it was Andres, during the pandemic, we observed a flexibility and we demonstrated a flexibility and an agility that wasn't there before. And it has come to my mind, we have lost too many people. Too many people have died in the pandemic for us not to use some of the positives that came out of the pandemic. That agility, that ability to fashion quickly interventions that would save people's lives, give people comfort, keep them in the job market, reduce some of the inequalities that were rising. We have to make sure that as we move forward, that flexibility and that agility is maintained to some degree so that we can be effective as we go about trying to be inclusive and reducing the inequalities in our labor market. Thank you very much to colleagues. Thank you, Chair. Thank you to ECLAC for inviting me to be part of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your final comments.
And we now will give the floor to Guillermo Alves for final comments, and then we close the meeting. Thank you, Maria Luisa. I previously spoke about general aspects for the region and for workers, but now I would like to perhaps be more specific. In our last report from CAF that is called Inherited Inequalities, Inequalities in the Region, having a look at different dimensions and how that affects intergeneration mobility. And here we have a cross-country perspective, having in mind gender and racial issues. And that is related to Andres' words. And women have special obstacles, especially in terms of participation and wage gaps, as well as benefits. The Afro-descendants, indigenous workers have tremendous gaps, and they have, I think, been little studied in view of these tremendous inequalities that they face. And also how important these groups are for our countries. Gender and ethnic group gaps should be also included. And according to policies that the countries have, there certainly is room for affirmative promotion in talking about information, participation of these groups in different places. Each policy has its own design and means of including these dimensions, but I would say that we should have in mind these dimensions of inequality in the future. Secondly, I'd like to stress the fact that the different countries in Latin America and the Caribbean have different realities in talking about the quality and decent jobs. As Minister John Dunwell said, we need research in order to analyze each country to see which are the institutional schemes that must be modified. As an example, there are countries that are have made more headway in terms of universal cash transfers, for older age and others. And there are other countries that are lagging behind. So we all should work so that all have protection. There are other many policies that can be adopted. And I'd like to insist on this heterogeneity and the need to be more specific in our diagnosis and studying what's happening in our countries without having a one-size-fits-all kind of remedy. In talking about employment, improving equality, but always analyzing the institutions that each country has. Thank you. Thank you, Guillermo, for your participation and for your comments. And with this, we wrap up this panel. We are quite clear about complexity involved in the labor inclusion during times when the labor market is lagging behind and with so many inequalities in our region. We also emphasize the importance of inclusion. We must identify the specific barriers that each population group faces so that we can truly reach inclusion. And intersectional policies are needed. We saw some of these today. Some we'll be seeing tomorrow. And with this, we close this panel. We have looked a lot of work. We saw child labor. We also saw school labor transition and now labor inclusion. I'd like to especially thank our speakers who were with us today. And we also thank the audience, those of you here in the plenary, as well as those who have been following us through virtual means. We invite all tomorrow for 10 a.m. with a keynote speaker from OECD, Glinda Quintine. She'll be talking about the present and future of labor and labor inclusion as a pillar to overcome informality and inequalities. Thank you all. We'll meet here in this very same room. And for those of you who are online, you can link in with the same Zoom connection. I think that right now, for those of you who are here, there's a QR and a link for those of you to take a look at the evaluation form. Thank you very much. We adjourn till tomorrow.
Perdón, no se vayan. O sea, sí, pero hay café afuera. Antes que se vayan del edificio pueden tomar café.
Coffee is served outside, which is a great reward for our hard work. Thank you.